Alright, welcome back everyone. Minasan, wakarinasai. So today I am working on, hold up, see a little gap there. There we go. Today we're taking a little, doing a little mini project, right? I was solicited out of the blue, so we'll go over this stuff. And like the beginning of every project, we are going to do our opening opinions, right? Our opening opinions or our initial impressions segment. So, as a quick review, I'm getting a bit better at this stuff. A lot quicker on the uptake. So, we have our opening opinions. Right, opening opinions. These are used to announce new projects. Right. New projects. Streaming projects. They act as, and I've kind of, over the couple projects, I've kind of honed in on the words that I want to focus on. Opening opinions is acting as optics. So we're talking about optics and expectations. These are the things that I focus on in opening opinions. They're going to be centralized around this. And then what's going to happen is I break it up into 3 chunks. So in terms of optics and expectations, we go with our facts. Right, we start with facts. This is facts available to me, whether it's something that I can share, privileged knowledge that I can share, and things in the public, right? Things that are publicly available. Then we expose and add a bit of a spin, which is we use archetypes. The second part is archetypes. Again, these are hypothetical. So I'm not thinking of any singular person, but more like a subjective interpretation that's based on archetypes. And this time around, we're talking about the gamer and the language learner. Sometimes my ad freaks out. So these are our 2 archetypes. Can you stop doing that, please? Technology, right? Archetypes. So we're talking about the gamer and the language learner as a broad category. And then lastly, on the lowest level, right? Or the most subjective level, this is me. So for me, this would be personally legacy. So legacy means personal experience, opinions, and anything else, but it's usually opinions and experience, right? So that goes from most objective to most subjective, and these are color coded intentionally in this way. Not much more other than making some disclaimers about this, which I will do when we start summarizing. So this is the fastest, most concise way I can talk about what's going to be in the opening opinions. Now let's get to our main event here. So some of the facts. So now we're going to cover some of the facts. Facts we have is that the name of the game, the name of the project / game is an indie game. And there's I'm guessing from the impressions, is a solo dev. It's an indie game, so self-published, and it's a solo dev, and they're going under the title of Seika Quest. This game is listed on Steam, right? This game is listed on Steam, and it has a November 2025 release date. And this is a first-time dev, so we have to say first-time dev. At least in terms of Steam publications, right? There is a chance this person has an educational background. They've made other games prior to the publication, but under Seika Quest, this is their first time under that title, and it's its first listing under Steam, right? And other things to also note is that I was solicited. So this is a solicited project, which prior to this, my last solicited project was I had two previously solicited projects, like in the area of games. They would be, so this would be personal, right? So personal self. The last time it was solicited was Wakotabi, to be related to this. That's related to the same, I'm gonna say, genre of things. So Wakotabi is currently an ongoing project, right? It's being updated as a makeshift live service. So that's one thing that's related to this. That's personal. So I have a personal legacy involved in a language learning game that's currently being maintained by the Wakotabi team. They are also an indie group, a much larger project, right? So I was solicited by the developer directly, and it was off of a video comment, right? It was off of a video comment, which I've mentioned before. So not on my a video comment off my Wanikani sessions. So I do Wanikani every day, right? And we just had that session recently. Now, there are other things. There's not much to know or published about this. Seika Quest maintains a YouTube channel. And I noticed this beforehand, before the solicitation. They have a YouTube channel that's for the game development. So talking about the game. Largely, it's very new. It's very new, and it has some shorts about some of the commentary on this game, right? On this game, Kotoba Dash, right? Outside of that, social media is relatively, I think there might be a other social media, but this is what I'm more focused on. So you have your YouTube channel, no Discord. Usually I go as far as Discord and YouTube, largely because it's a balance. Not so much like Instagram or TikTok and Twitter. They probably have a Twitter or an X. Sorry, an X. Let's see. So minimum direct contact with the developer, although I did have the pleasure of communicating. So I did have direct communication on here, actually, on live, on stream. So there was 2 instances that we had direct communication, and largely we talked about, or I shared about language learning, because both of us are interested in language learning, right? Outside of this, this person strikes as mid-20s ish. These aren't facts, these are summations. suppositions, so to speak. What else can I say that's factual? Now, there is a store page for Steam, so we're gonna go to the store page because they provide a commentary, right? So we got more facts in the way of Steam page. So when we look at the Steam page, which I should really bring up because I don't have an eidetic memory. So when we talk about optics, I often think about the store page, the Steam store page, how it's being promoted, right? Because optics lead to expectations and it leads to your target audience. So let's, I'm gonna pull up the Steam page here. All right, so I'm gonna highlight some keywords that will probably ring probably be quite good to highlight in terms of like controversy or areas of potential discussion. So one of them, so first and foremost, this is catered towards so one thing that has been expressed by the developer is that they are looking to be a we're gonna say a memory tool. Memory tool, specific catering towards Japanese, right? And from our conversations, like email transactions, they're the keyword of supplementary tool, supplementary like study came up, which supplementary, that would mean that it is implied that it is not meant to be a one-stop shop. So it's not a one-stop shop. Right. And that's fair enough. I think that's a pretty reasonable way to go about it. And now there are some buzzwords on the Steam page that requires qualifying, right? It is mentioned that it is an arcade style of approach. Right, I'll throw in all the, there's an arcade style action, right? Arcade style action. So these are some keywords. And then we have advertise multiple difficulty levels. So we have difficulty tiers. Right, these are the features. And then there's replayability design. So replayability, right? And there's progression system. So that's going to be interesting because progression creates a talking point with our archetypes, right? And then we have review. There's also review. Review, like more like a summary review, which is very important in a bit. It also features reference. So reference, and reference is in the sense of the word list. It's suggested that it has a complete word list. So not in the terms of like referencing something. It's more like for language learning, and oftentimes for things like deck builders and whatnot, there's a reference, like an encyclopedia, right? Or a collection. All your skills are listed, all the possible permutations. So it's designed in reference. And then there's a demo, right? Which we'll look over the demo. Like the demo, that's what we're doing now. So now these are a lot of buzzwords that that I immediately form a lot of optics and expectations. And I already talked about the two archetypes that we're talking about is going to be the gamer and the language learner. Now, you can definitely be a language learner gamer, right? The idea is to separate archetypes in order to create some resolution of expectations. They're the gamer and the learner. And oftentimes when it comes to my interpretations, right? Or the archetype, the gamer, there are many things that deal with the buzzwords that we have. So when we think of arcade, which is our first point here, right? Arcade. Our first point, arcade 1. Right? So for 1, when it comes to the idea of arcade, oftentimes we think of two separate things that are kind of related. And in this way, we're going to compare the idea of actions, so mechanics, versus content on the other end. So I would say archetypically language learner has a preference for content, and then gamers, and when it comes to like the arcade action thing, mechanics take hold, right? It's how the game feels, what your inputs are like, the visceral experience oftentimes. So mechanics deal with like, we have emotions, right? Emotions, inputs, and we're talking about mechanical inputs. Instead, so we have to think of this as mechanical. And then on the right hand, it would be like semantics. So semantics deal with objectivity, foundations, models, and then input. But this is more like exposure input. So oftentimes there's this also implicit nature and explicit nature. And this is talking, we're not breaking down language learner. There's like also implicit learning and explicit language learning. But in terms of games, we're talking about games, explicit tends to be on the weight of the language learner. So these are things that are one side and the other, right? In terms of 2, so now let's go on to 2. So that all of that relates to the idea of an arcade style action. So we'll go to that. And then now we have difficulty. Difficulty is the second point. And oftentimes difficulty is perceived in many different ways, but oftentimes the gamer deals with, it's not necessarily it's more about precision, accuracy, and consistency. Possibly even throw in speed. So these are mechanical properties, right? But in my opinion, when it comes to language learning, it's often about complexity, comprehensiveness, and I think that's pretty fine. It can be that it has precision and accuracy, but oftentimes the buzzwords that I think about is complexity and comprehensiveness, is how difficulty is weighed. So when this game sets a precedence for difficulty levels, so the question is, in what way is the difficulty tiered? is it tiered towards the gamification? So the reason why I'm choosing gamer and language learning is because often gamers are receptive to gamification. And these are the properties that create gamification. They're typically associated with gamification. So when someone is selling a game, you can see these buzzwords. You can think about arcade as a gamification. It's eliciting emotion. It's imparting visceral feedback to something that language learners a lot of times gravitate towards learning, which deals with exposure, just constant inputs, right? So that doesn't necessarily have to include gamification. In fact, a lot of times when we talk about the serious language learner, most of the stuff about gamification cheapens or distracts from these things. So you might hear this a lot where like, oh, it doesn't matter how precise, accurate, or consistent or how quick you are because you're not learning anything new, right? You're practicing things you know, and you're practicing behavior and habits that are not comprehensive or have the complexity of like native stuff, right? Oh, and that's also under difficulty. Native versus abstraction. Because when it comes to speed, accuracy, consistency, when in games, they often deal with the abstraction of skills. Those skills may not be inherently natural or native, right? That doesn't mean they're not useful. I'm not saying what is not valuable or not. Most of the time when people hear native, they hear valuable. And then when they hear abstraction, they hear optional or creative, which is optional. So this is why I have these linked on the side. Okay, and then we get to 3, which is replayability. Now, replayability is interesting because we have like a third archetype kind of weaving in, but we'll overlook the third archetype. So when it comes to replayability, there's mechanical design. Replayability tends to mean then there's random generation. When it comes to mechanics, random generation, non-repetitious variables. Right. So from a mechanical standpoint, I was going to mention roguelike games, right? Roguelike games have a very structured run-based randomization. The idea for repetition is not the same as a language learner. Language learner is for repetition. So this is having static elements being repeated to accuracy, to accuracy. So oftentimes there's a preference for things to be repetitiously static, as in you want to know the right answer and just the right answer. There's a secondary priority for random and non-repetitious nature and variability, but these are at odds with each other a lot of times. So when a game is randomizing, it can become unnatural. And then we've already added natural, so natural would still be here, right? Natural and native, right? Games, when language learning games end up being gamified, they can produce combinations, non-random, like random combinations that can come off as the sacrifice of accuracy and nativeness, because those are non-random. They are pre-selected, right? Or standardized. And often that creates a point of critique. Like, oh, this game, like for example, Duolingo. Oh, this game, Duolingo is just mix and matching all the words. And then sometimes it comes up with sentences that are unnatural. right? Or all the time it becomes unnatural because you're randomizing a limited number of components instead of learning them repetitiously in their static, accurate native form, right? So language learning inherently, when you're building a game about language learning, it inherently has to juggle these, because if you're constantly looking to simulate native environments, that creates non variable repetitious gaming content that is not scalable, in my opinion. So like the holy grail of language learning as a model for a game is like a quadruple A title that simulates the real world. That is unscalable, unachievable, or like maybe achievable by like the very few up there, but it's unrealistic. It's incredibly unrealistic. And then when you introduce gamification, that replayability goes out the window. Hence the very common stereotype of a serious language learner, communicating that when you gamify something, it's to make it fun, but it's at the cost of being a serious language learner. Because serious language learners are fixated on a property that is contrasting with the gamification, that these things are achieved because they are repetitious and static and constantly the same, because that is the nature of learning a language. You must say these phrases without hesitation, without any mix of other things or needing excess ways to remember something's specific order, because it is what it is. It is the model, it's all standardized. In games, it's to take that and try to think of it creatively in any way possible to create replayability and re-engagement, to think about things, to reinvent the wheel. Language learning inherently has a target. Gamification does not have a target based on its semantics or like a model. It's aiming to be different. It's aiming to be creative. So oftentimes that can myth people. So if you're into language learning and you're looking at a game that is gamified, you're expecting to sacrifice some of these things: the content, the semantics, the hyper focus on exposure input, the explicit nature of targets, the complexity, the comprehensive. All these are sacrificed for the gain of some of the gamification qualities. I think I'm pretty good at the things I'm saying here, because it's nearly every single, like, so far there hasn't been anything that went outside of these complaints or dualities at the moment. And it's, I'm gonna add more to it as I gain more experience on looking at commentary and criticisms. These are not right or wrong. Neither of these comments and people or archetypes, right, groups of archetypes, are incorrect. The idea is to understand that if you're looking at the optics of your game, you want to at least not misconstrued or have poor, unexpected expectations. And your experience might go a long way to understanding things when you like map out how things can contrast with each other, right? If you want something to be native, natural all the time, it is usually going to be repetitious, probably grindy, and always seeing the same things. And then when you ask someone to make a game that has varied things, how do they make it? And how do they make it scalable, right? And asking impossible odds, impractical odds. So that's one of the points, right? Then we have progression system. Ooh, this is gonna be interesting. I'm genuinely curious how they go around this. I think I need to move this up. Let's resize this. I'm a little bit too generous with my I spaced too much empty space. Okay. I'm trying not to be too cluttered. We got 2 more points. I want to cover 2 more points for this. Obviously, a game and a language learning app could aim for all of this. Naturally, you can choose to aim for all of these things. Then you get a jack of all trades, right? As opposed to an ace. That's a discussion for another time. All right, so now we have point 4, which is a progression system. And oftentimes, a progression system is also at odds with each other. So for language learning, a progression system is cumulative. Language learning is cumulative. So any time spent, right, delta t equals progress. Right? And when it comes to game mechanics, oftentimes game mechanics involve metrics, very strong metrics. And you could kind of argue that, well, delta t equals progress is also using metrics, but that's not quite it. When it comes to language learning, any amount of time invested should feel like a cumulative increase in progress. But when games use metrics, they are used in a way that the most recent results, I can't spell recent. Recent results are emphasized, and recent results, you can go backwards. You can fail. So oftentimes there's lots of failure in games, and they're usually quantized progress. So like this is something very contrasting. When you're a language learner, the idea, at least in my opinion, you emphasize the idea that when you put in time, you cumulatively make progress, is provided that you're constantly being exposed to new things, static things with target accuracy. So you can't ever waste time going backwards or having problems. You're moving forward as long as time is being, and it's very granular to the point where anything can be viewed as progress a lot of times. In games, there are metrics for milestones, right? When you gamify something, there are milestones like streaks, combo, right? Streaks, combo, records that you're aiming for. It's quantized progress. So when you beat your high score, that's quantized. That's one time. You might fail the next 30 times to beat your high score. So the aspect of progress is not the same as language learning, where it is when you achieve a milestone or a task that's set in front of you, and that's gamification. And gamification is great because this is manipulable. You can manipulate this, or you can set I'm gonna say they set goals or visible achievable goals, which is true for language learning too, but the idea is the ultimate goal is always far beyond your reach, and you're seeing that everything is going towards the goal. So these are oftentimes, when it gets gamified, the goals can be very small. It can be small steps, and it can also be misguided steps, right? It can lose the focus on the bigger picture. It's very, I would say, this is far more focused. This is far nebulous. So it's a really big goal when it comes to language learning. So when you think about a game, if you're a language learner and you're buying a game, and the first thing you think about is it's going to help you achieve fluency, the idea is the optics are not meeting the expectations, right? The game is one of many games you will play. It is one of many tools. It is one of many things, aka the supplement effect. That's why progression system is going to be a talking point. I don't actually know, since I haven't played the game. I don't know what the progression system is, but this is the stuff that I would consider, right? I'll tell about my interpretations in just a bit. And then we have review, right? Review, I would say, generally speaking, how do you resolve? In this case, this fifth point is common to both, right? And oftentimes is how to improve on mistakes, right? It's addressing mistakes. And oftentimes, if you're going left, right? If you're going left, it's through repetition. If you're going right, it's through understanding. So maybe a slight difference is that on the right, there's a slight emphasis on understanding. I kind of disagree that it's like super representative, because people think they understand things as opposed to doing them through repetition. But on this side, it's more repetitious. And memorization. They're not mutually exclusive of each other. But generally speaking, when a game is designed and it has like a review system, it will tell you what your mistakes are, and then you memorize it and then you repeat it. That's often gamification's main approach. And then the right hand, the idea is to try to understand why you made the mistake, in my personal opinion. But I don't think a lot of people actually do this. At least the people I interact with, they usually still rely on repetition and memorization. Like, if you can understand the nature of why you made and how you made the mistake, that is what the review system in a learning device tool should be encouraging, in my opinion. So like, if you're saying you have a review system, does it treat it like a game? If it treated like a game, it will just tell you, oh, this is the right answer. That's it. Duolingo is gamified, right? Wanikani is unintentionally, like the whole flashcard system, SRS, is tend to be gamified in the sense of it takes the predominant repetition and memorization. It doesn't have a matriculation to develop a dynamic understanding. Usually that's up to the user. So oftentimes apps are restricted in that way because you don't have actual feedback, right? You're not talking to someone. But AI machine learning has tried to circumvent this. And so Duolingo, it's not entirely true about Duolingo, and it's not entirely true about all apps, because now they're integrating at least an LLM, which creates dynamic responses. It will adapt, or you hope that if you give your information away, right, it'll track and it'll begin to understand and tell you why and how you are making these mistakes, and that can improve understanding over time. But that's usually one and the same. Largely this is due to the nature of technological restriction and or the lack of human feedback, right? So mistakes typically lean, in both cases, repetition and memorization. Ideally, in my opinion, for language learning, understanding how, why, and having someone observe those patterns that you're making and understanding that becomes the way, or the ideal way for language learning, or like one of the better cases, I would say. And then lastly, we have number 6, which is reference, right? Reference. And reference can be really tough. Reference is usually a gamer is good enough, right? Good enough. And for the language learner, comprehensive. So gamers are sufficient and go. Like, tell me just enough and I'll just learn the rest along the way. Doesn't matter. I don't want to see all the probabilities. I don't want to see all the things in it. Language learning, I want to see everything that's in it. How many kanji does this have? How many words does this have? Does this cover grammar? Does it everything has to be paved as much as possible, right? So then now I have some personal optics and thoughts of my own, right? Let's actually make it even a more interesting color. So now there are personal things that I want to add, like legacy wise and whatnot. When it comes to mechanics, emotional input and implicitness, I actually I'm not the biggest on that. And this emotion part is due to mechanical input. So the participation is what most people focus on. And when it comes to language learning, oftentimes it parallels with storytelling and culture. So when it comes to my personal optics and expectations, I'm over here. And that means that mechanical, when it comes to a language learning app, right? If we're talking about a language learning app or a game, story and culture takes center stage. Largely because story and culture provides the context, right? Provides the context for the exposure of the language. Now, the downside that I often talk about this, the compromise is this costs a lot and is one-time use. Like most things of language learning, when something is static, natural, native, is one-time use. So what happens is it costs a lot, and we're talking about costs a lot in a figurative and literal sense. Money and time. So this is usually when an indie dev releases their first game, it becomes really successful mechanically, so it's the mechanics side of things, and then they decide, all right, where are we going to go with the content? So are we going to start writing a story? Are we going to start building a world? In this case, if you're into language learning, are we going to start introducing native content, right? And what is that native content? It's the story and culture of that language, as well as speech recording, right? So native speech, that costs a lot of money and time, right? Speech, literature. So all of this stuff is later. So whenever I think about an indie group, I think all the rules apply to other genre. But now we're talking about the language learning genre of gaming, which it's still way niche, even if we're taking into account like Silksong for Metrovania and Hades 2, which was today, I think today is the 1.0, or top-down action roguelike games. Those are still niche, like deck building still niche. And the first games they have, usually the first series of games for an indie developer, is mechanically heavy. It's largely focused on pretty much, if there was a success, in my opinion, if there was a successful breakout indie game, it would check all the boxes on the left. So mechanical, emotionally participant, mechanical inputs, it's implicit learning, it has some precise accuracy, speed, and abstraction of like some sort of game mechanic. It's non-random, it's random, it's non-repetitious, it's variable, and oftentimes it's unnatural. Unnatural leads to challenges. It's very challenging because it is an unnatural way of learning something. You're learning to do something that is challenging because it is unnatural, right? Like trying to climb a mountain with the worst Controls, Baby Step just came out, right? Or like walk in the worst way possible, right? Those are the challenges. It's mechanical challenges most of the time, and it's very cost effective. Now, occasionally you have things like Clear Obscure, of course, the game in my game of this year for sure. That pandered to me, where what they did was they swung for the fences and did all the costly things, the money and time things, the one-time use things, story, culture, context, right? French, art, right? Emotional storytelling, an incredible soundtrack. Like, these things are secondary, in my opinion, to Indie's first title, with the exceptions. So we're not using the exceptions as representation of the average. So in this case, this game will probably be over here, right? This is probably where it's going to be. It's not going to be over here, right? It's not going to be where I prefer. So I have to, like, those who buy this game or are interested in this game, and for myself who is like looking at this game, I have to temper my expectations with the optics of the game. And sure enough, this game is labeled, in my opinion, appropriately to some extent as an arcade game. So the moment you make the word arcade, it means it's gamification. And arcade means that there will be sacrifices made for everything on the right or things on the left, right? It's about, and in fact, complexity, oftentimes when it comes to mechanical arcade games, it's about simplicity. Arcade games, by nature, are elegant in its simplicity. So the controls are very tight, right? Tight controls, or a tight game loop. That's what makes arcades, right? And it's not about inherent complexity. Complexity tends to give you need time and money for complexity, or comprehensiveness, for research and whatnot. So I expect minimalistic controls. So if I had to take a wild guess, minimalistic controls. And it probably has one goal of input, and frame all the content around that one goal of input, right? And then when it comes to precision, accuracy, usually gamification means that you have either a combo game, or these are supposed to be expected, combo game, right? A streak system of some sort, possibly. I'm not saying these are in the game, but when you're gamifying something, a timer, right? There's got to be a timer, and a life stock, right? You can't get too many things wrong. And then there might be like alternative conditions. Basically, you can't do something, or you have to do something, and that leads to abstraction, right? On the other side of things, in the right hand side is usually only one answer, which can still be a limiting factor for this game, but only one answer, and that answer is static. And oftentimes it really doesn't depend on many of these artificial things, right? It does not depend on these. It, like combo, streak, timer, life stock, those things are inherently not important, and not as important as focusing on, say, like story progression, which story progression is the same thing in language learning as the understanding of the native natural environment. If you can learn the culture, experience the culture, get exposed, that's the goal. You want to complete the ride, get the exposure, extract the knowledge, right? Extract the knowledge. I don't think that's going to be the case. It's probably going to be a compromise, but generally speaking, the primary game loop is probably going to focus on getting like higher scores, right? Because this goes down to our second thing, which is the progression system. But we won't go into higher scores until we get to the progression system. Now, 3 was replayability. Replayability is very different. On the right is one and done. One and done, actually more accurately, some and done. So that is pretty much a content heavy agreement. You play the story, one and done, right? Maybe sometimes if you're like me, you do some and done. You play the story more than once, maybe in more than one language, and then it's done. Once you memorize something, you burn it, right? So it's the opposite of replayability. You want to minimize repetition. So basically when you learn something and you know you learned it, it shouldn't come up again. So the game is done. It's over. Like you don't do anything. You don't rework your foundations. You've got the accuracy. You've learned the static. You learned the standardization. You move on, right? Which means that it's not as cost effective. Right, when you're thinking about a game, when you're thinking walking sim games and storytelling games, they are very difficult to keep on producing and keep on hitting, right? Hitting one after another because they're often one and done. And from an indie developer perspective and a publisher, it is not cost effective and it lacks replayability most of the time. Right. If you're a creative person, an artistic person, you might be able to reuse a lot of the creative IP and whatnot. I personally am a fan of that. I like to go over and play games again for the evaluation of the static content. Right. But in this case, this is an indie dev. We've already mentioned arcade and replayability. So I would say a gold standard that you aim for, like a gold standard you aim for is take a chapter from roguelike games. Now, how do you make a roguelike game variability when it comes to language? Well, oftentimes the idea of mechanics in language learning is your logic. You use logical circuits. And the great page from logical circuits, not necessarily roguelike games, like in addition to roguelike games, are puzzle games. See, puzzle games bridge between these two. Puzzle game is finite. When you know the solution, it's difficult to unlearn the solution. You'll know the solution. But what puzzle games do to create reproducibility is they use metrics like speed, accuracy, and stuff, but they bend it in a way that produces the abstraction challenge. So the idea is to think of it as like a puzzle game. If you produce logical circuits, so if someone gets to be thought as A to B, change it up and make them think B to A, right? If you have a C, you have even more combinations of logical thinking. So the idea is to make more of your limited content, which I imagine is very limited because of being an indie dev. You're not going to have like the dictionary's worth of Japanese language. It's a starting place, right? The idea is to cycle the logic. So if you're gonna go from English to Japanese, then go from Japanese to English. That would be a second mode. It's a second logical thinking. If you're thinking forwards, think backwards. If you're looking for a kana, then go look for kanji, right? If you're matching kanji with English, match kanji with kana, right? Or kana with kanji, or romaji with... So this is where gamification bucks at language learning, because gamification can create unnatural coupling But the idea is all of that requires skill. It requires repetition, and it's non-repetitious because you're doing a lot of different tasks. It might not be ideal for people whose language learning is linear. For a lot of people, their goal is in one direction, is towards fluency. Gaming is about difficulty and how you can challenge yourself to do many things that are either optional and or can help the brain stay active. So when you're thinking, all right, if I say ka, are you thinking about the kana or the romaji? Because if you're thinking about both, then that's twice as much resources. It's twice as hard or twice as challenging, mechanically speaking. If you make your game with 10 steps versus 1 step, it might be unnatural to have 10 steps to think of a kanji and then know what it means. You might be doing it in 3 steps. That's more of a language approach. And then you hope to make it even less and more efficient. In a game, you can artificially inflate and challenge the player to do it in 10 steps, do it in 15 steps. So yes, and it becomes unnatural, but it creates non-repetitious environments. It challenges the person to think of things in different ways. Now, for myself, I forgot to write some stuff. So for me, I'm still way over on. I'm far more of a language learner in terms of preferences than I am a gamification. So that's a great way to tell myself I need to expect certain things or ground my expectations with my optics of my preferences. Now, when it comes to this, though, you might be thinking, oh, well, then he's got to be on the other side. I actually lean towards the gamification on this side. I like gamification for this property. It's actually on the left side of things because practicing logical circuits and systems, in my opinion, is one of the foundations of why I like to learn. One of the foundations of learning is to not become static and repetitious. So while it might be very open to language learners, people who think they like to learn a language, I like learning. So when it comes to video games, that's what makes learning really dynamic in video games. No, it's not about learning the best way, the only way, the most appropriate way. It's challenging yourself to think about things differently. There's no like archetype or anything like that. Like a puzzle game makes the rules. You make the rules. It doesn't really mean that you live and learn the rules. In language learning, you live and learn the rules. You're looking for models. You're memorizing and imitating models. You're rarely ever creating. And for those who are at the peak of all of this stuff, they might exercise creativity. For me, I'm creative along the way, the entire time. Like the whole goal is to be creative. That's my mantra. I like to be creative along the way at the expense of things. So yes, Duolingo is very valuable, but not in the way that serious language learners will like it. I learned that their Duolingo actually used 4 or 5 different ways gamification maximizes the use of limited knowledge, but that's not appreciated. That's usually belittled and also trivialized by serious language learners because they are specifically prioritizing, and that makes appropriate sense. They should not like Duolingo based on what they're saying. They want exposure, novel input, and they want to learn the standardization. Like, that's great. Video games, legitimately gamification, in my opinion, one of the foundations, don't do that. Like, who said pressing A to jump is intuitive? Why do you even need to remember that A is jump? You jump. So if you learn how to jump in real life, you don't need to remember that A is jump in a game, right? It's a subsystem. It's optional. If If you're a language learner and you're saying, well, native and natural is the best way, stop watching television, stop watching media, right? Stop playing music that no one else likes, right? Only do the popular thing, only do the thing that is most natural. But you're not saying that. At least I don't think most people are saying that. So, but language learning is treated like that because they're operating it towards a model. You have to understand the model before you become creative, right? So it's a linear process. So if you're at the act of language learning, you're trying to learn what is natural, what is standard. That's basically the most popular thing you can do. It's populist based. So when someone has reached past that and reached a creative process, then you're getting into the mind of a game designer, at least in my opinion, or most game developers. They are in a process that they're trying to create something creative out of the norms and the foundations. So the whole motivation is to create non-repetitious variables that will likely become unnatural, in which you are tasked to be challenged to do them, and they are unnatural by sheer implicit intrinsic property, right? Like pressing A to swing a sword is not how you swing a sword. So this is where I feel the topic that is most contentious about combining the aspect of education and video games, because oftentimes people often think when you're being educated on something, it is standardized, as in there is a right and wrong answer. When it comes to video games, there are no right or wrong answers initially. The developer decides what the right answer is, or the wrong answer is, or what the acceptable answers are. So if you think like a language learner, it's the closest thing I can think about when it comes to gamers who think like language learners is that when a game decides that X is going to be attack and 90% of other games are A, the button A is attack, then you are thinking more like a language learner, because you are upset that the standard you learn is being violated by the creative liberties of a video game or someone's IP. So that's kind of to get the nice parallelism between why I feel there is not necessarily a malicious intent, but a miscommunication with optics and expectations. When language learners think of games, they expect games to be something that games are fundamentally, intrinsically, very rarely are. And scalability be darned, money and cost is unrealistic. So the natural thing is to be reductive about it and say, well, instead of playing a game, instead of spending your money on the video game, move to Japan, right? Go play the game of life. Like that's what you do. So inherently, instead of trying to sound reductive and angry at someone else for doing something that they preferentially don't do, try to understand it and maybe entertain that idea. Otherwise, you can avoid it, right? So when it comes to gamification, the idea is a lot of language learners, in my opinion, especially the vocal minority, they look for something that is intrinsically it's intrinsically almost paradoxical with their expectations. Like, what is a game when the whole idea is to be exactly not creative? So what I mean by that is, so Wagotabi team has to juggle this all the time, right? Because they used Japanese culture and Japanese trivia as their basis. So whenever they release something, they will ultimately have to spend endless resources to make sure it's accurate. In a video game, whatever developer in a game that favors gamification, whatever the video game developer says is correct is the correct answer, right? It's a closed system. It's a creative system. So this is where language learning and gaming collides, right? In fact, that's also why puzzle games all tend to be very niche, right? Because puzzle games are done in a manner that violates your thinking. It's challenging you to think differently. And for me, how I got to this point, how I find Japanese no more easy or hard than anything I've ever done is because I spend most of the time trying to think differently. Like it's far easier, in my opinion, for myself to acquire something that's standardized because it's not changing. But it's less interesting. It's not engaging, right? This is why video games are more engaging than learning material. You're constantly being challenged to think differently, so you never settle down. Games are incredibly entertaining from beginning to end if they are able to keep the person engaged. That's why gamification has been adopted as the first priority for Duolingo, or things that have larger audience. Engagement comes before accuracy, redundancies, and standardization, because that legitimately makes things dull. And you might be thinking, no, people aren't dull. When they move to Japan, they are always entertained. It's like because they haven't found something that is the same yet. When you first move to Japan, maybe even after 10 years, you still have more things to look forward to in Japan. It is the unscalable, scalable content person. But when you ask someone, and you know, there are some people out there, we're not talking about the exceptions, the rule, if you ask someone, hey, you can only eat this one thing every single day because it is the most popular thing and it is what the real people, real examples will eat, would you get bored? You would likely get more bored with that than looking forward to all the new things, all the idiosyncrasies that you haven't become exposed to. The games do that. Now, games do that with limited resources because they have to create those things, right? It's not the same as going out to Japan, taking a bunch of pictures, and then putting those pictures next to like a word of that picture, and then that's it. That's the language learning, bridge, right? Shashinko did that, right? Oh yeah, I forgot. Shashinko. Oh, well, that's solicited. That was my personal project. Like, for example, a great example would be Shashinko. Another example would be the other indie project, so to speak, right? That I personally bought, right? So to speak is on this side. They went with this side. Wagotabi is on this side too. However, Wagotabi, in my opinion, is about the middle, actually, because they do have gamification, different ways to interact, and those interaction ways, the target audience is able to know that it is engaging at the cost of some form of natural feeling, like the word banks, for example. Word banks, greeting back and forth twice, like they're constantly juggling between trying to be accurate and standardize, but finding different ways to interact with that. So they have like different input devices like keyboard, they do number puzzles. So it's usually on the idea of puzzle games, but they are also finite, right? Everything's finite. It's not replayable in that sense. The most unnatural part of Wagotabi is the gamification side, which is the SRS side of things, right? So they're in the middle. Shashinko went way far right, and so to speak went far right. So what are the things that, in my opinion, are lacking or very, very non-sustainable content? So to speak is getting, caressing over the 6-month period to update its content. Shashinko is way over a year now. It's like 2 years, and they haven't updated their content. And that's one of the scalability issues. When you have native content and static language learning, the content is static. Once it's exhausted, it has no further appeal. It has a lack of replayability, and it does not have value anymore. The user can create value out of it if they want. So like, I try to write the words, the kanji in Shashinko. I try to talk about life experiences in So to Speak, right? That's to add value to it. So whenever someone says like, no, you can play the game again to practice the same stuff, like, the vast majority of language learners, if they were asked, would they prefer to learn new vocabulary or go over vocabulary they already learned? Even to those people, they would probably pick the latter, not the former. And if there's anyone that can understand, in my opinion, the importance of practicing foundations and finding creative ways to go over old stuff, it's me. Because in my opinion, I take the gamer approach to language learning. So yes, I'm going to, this is why I picked up, this is why I'm going to do Kotoba Dash. When, you know, I've had this comment about a lot of times when someone comes out, it's like, oh yeah, well this game's too easy for you. It's like, based on what? And they're like, oh, because you already know all the words. It's like, but that's not what I'm playing it. I'm playing it because I want to know if they're doing anything different with the content, right? Like, if you're talking like, why do you want to watch Dungeons and Dragons when you've already watched Lord of the Rings? Well, some people say, well, it's the same thing, right? Like, well, do you think it's the same thing? If you think it's the same thing, then that's more of a language learning approach. Like for me, I want to see, what do they do with the same content? What do they do with the content? Their presentation, the way they go about it, the journey is different, not the destination. And I'm being a little general here. There are language learners, and I think there are far less language learners that view language as a journey than they do as their destination, online at least, than offline people. Like offline people, that might be a different distribution, but online people, whenever someone goes up to me and say, oh yeah, you know, it's about the journey, not the destination. Meanwhile, my first thought is, I don't think you believe that. Because a little before that, that hypothetical person would have said, it's like, oh yeah, you know, I only know N4 stuff and I'm nowhere close to fluent. It's like, I don't believe you like the journey. I think you're just saying that because you think it sounds profound, in my opinion, like, with all due respect. The thing, what I'm doing here is, I think it's a lot healthier when someone says things they believe in, instead of echoing things that they think other people like find agreeable, right? If someone tells me, yeah, it's all about becoming fluent in Japanese, it's like, awesome. How are you doing that? Like, how are you going about that? Because I'm going to ask how, because I like the journey. When someone tells me they passed the N1 exam, it's less interesting than how they explain how they got to the N1 exam, right? So if you're going around saying like, oh yeah, I'm now N1 and I visited Japan like 2 years for twice and stuff, and then you suddenly say, oh, you know, but it's about the journey, not the destination. And I'm like, I don't believe you. I genuinely don't believe you. Now, it's not that that person's wrong. They can believe that, but they can behave differently too. You can spend your entire life wanting something, but not working towards it. That's up to them. So if they're perfectly happy, then I'm not there to gaslight them, right? At least that's not my prerogative, or not my priority to gaslight them. But when someone constantly tells me the results of their generalizing by telling me the results, their progress, right? Their cumulative progress, which is our next topic here, our cumulative progress. When someone focuses on their cumulative progress, then they are talking about the destination. That's what they truly desire. They're talking about the destination. How close am I getting to fluency? How many more kanji do I have to learn? How many kanji? So then now we have number of kanji, which has to be denoted somewhere, right? If you're a language learning thing, if you're concerned about language learning and your game is prioritizing language learning, then you would advertise how many kanji you have. What is its N1 to N5 coverage, right? These are all metrics, right? How native, how much native situations there are, right? This is destination. Meanwhile, gamification would be things like beat your high score, right? Beat your high score, because your high score is the only thing that matters, not how far the score is compared to others. Now, there are ways to bridge this. One way to bridge this when it comes to gamification and like doing cumulative is leaderboards, which I'm not the biggest fan of leaderboards. When it comes to like games and stuff, I'm still on this left side because I think of daily progress. I think about what I've done recently. Now, it's still quantized, but it's far less quantized than the destination. There is only one goal over here. Games provide multiple goals. And adherently, this also means that some of those goals are not important. So what is the greatest criticisms about video games? When someone tells someone, they go up to like a Duolingo user and they say, well, your streak doesn't matter. It's about how you become more fluent in the language. And my take on that is, why not both? It does matter that you are consistent in something, but it also does matter that that person should be focusing on gaining exposure as well to increase their fluency, right? They should be reading some more things. But the thing is that this is not a one-stop shop, right? Games are not a one-stop shop. They offer multiple goals. The whole inherent nature is that it is not emphasizing a singular goal. Language learners, in my opinion, like the archetypical language learner that's most loud, emphasizes a singular goal. Everything is towards a singular goal. And if you're not getting closer to that goal, nothing matters. So when you do something, like when you play a game and you didn't learn any new words, it's not getting you closer to fluency. So that game is a waste of time. So when you go and play a video game and you said, oh, this covers all the words that I learned, do not recommend, it's a waste of time. That is a language learner. Like, that's a crude, very upfront, frank language learner. I'm totally like sympathetic to that. I totally understand when a game doesn't teach you new things based on your one goal, right? It doesn't teach you things that you want to know. It teaches you things that might be different from what you know, but you don't care about those things because they're not the native, accurate, standardized representation of things. Anything outside is a violation or does not contribute to your one goal. Now, I'm talking extremes here, right? Like, for example, does it matter to get faster at the words you already know? You can think of it as, okay, well, fluency has a component of how fast you can do something. So you could make an idea, like a game could inspire you to think like, oh man, there are things that I don't work on, right? Like logical systems and logical circuits is great when it comes to puzzle games because it can demonstrate to you, it's like, hey, you don't think of it this way too often. I can tell you that wanikani, right, the thing that we're comparing, a lot of one of the facts, uh here's another fact. My communication with Seika, the developer, right, Seika Quest, is that they were talking about when I shared my experience with wanikani and Duolingo, right? And that those are one of the SRS in general, SRS and loose forms of SRS. This is more like static, but this type of model is very conducive to gaming, right? Gamification, because these are the models that are the starting point, and then everyone else is trying to iterate on it and create, trying to capture the gamification while getting closer and closer to the right side. So they're trying to incorporate more and more native stuff, making it, try to make it scalable. So AI comes a long way to try to do that off the scalability. That's why Duolingo is moving to that AI route. And then, but keeping the gamification intact, right? Because one of the underlying things, which was also expressed, by the way, this is more my interpretation, but it is already expressed to me that when I look at the developer and the way that his language, the way he describes why he's motivated in making Seika, Seika, like Kotoba dash, is a lack of motivation. In my opinion, lack of motivation and consistency. And this is rooted in engagement. So when people ask, right, in my opinion, language learners come up and say, man, why do people keep doing this? Why do they keep making Duolingo clones? And oh man, it's still another stupid gamification thing. Like, oh my gosh, this is a stupid gamification thing too. It's adulterating all of, it's so unnatural. And oh man, there's another one that's using AI voice, voice, text to speech and whatnot. Like, it's largely, in my opinion, instead of saying why because you believe it shouldn't be, in my opinion, null hypothesis test. Ask why that is the case. Can you put forth observational skills to entertain the idea that maybe your reality is only true in your current environment and not true outside of your environment? And one of them, like, I don't have a stake. Currently, I don't have a stake of becoming fluent in Japanese. I'm also not gonna go out and become a professional reviewer or like a game publisher or a game dev. So I don't. I'm indifferent to which side wins here. Honestly, it's more like I observe this, and both of them are right about what they say, right about what they believe in, but when they argue with each other, they don't see the other side. They don't see the observations on the other side. For example, every time when someone says, yeah, this is bad for language learning, it's another gamification that's a little bit better than Duolingo, but it's no much more than that. It's like, well, ask yourself, why? Why is that? I mean, like, you're saying it doesn't make sense. You're saying it shouldn't exist, and yet it does. So, like language learning, when you're learning the target language, like, why do Japanese people prefer to say, daijoubu for so many things? Because it is, and you're trying to explain it. Or try to explain why there are so many popular engagement-oriented apps for language learning versus whatever you think is the gold standard, right? In my opinion, there's a demand for it. It's reflective in demand. I don't think anyone who is making these things is saying like, oh yeah, we don't want native stuff in our games. We don't want fully voiced lines in our games. Oh, we definitely don't care about the culture that we're spending our lifetime trying to encourage other people. Like that is what I mean by the language learning fallacy. Oftentimes when it comes to expectations. Optics are good. I think optics, what they're expecting to see or what they want to see aligning with their principles is okay. When they go to use something, their expectations do not line up very well. Like when you pick up Duolingo, what are you expecting? I certainly was expecting something. It didn't meet my expectations, but it didn't upset me because I didn't expect something opposite of it either. Like I didn't expect to have something, and if it didn't have that, it is wrong. Like it is worthless. Well, if it was worthless, why is it a multi-billion-dollar corporation? Right? That is the observational skills. Pride, hubris can get in the way of that. So in my opinion, this is what I'm looking at, right? Like so what am I gonna expect from this game? I expect a time speed. Maybe there's a combo streak. I don't like these things, by the way. Like if I have to be truly honest and with myself, I don't like being timed. I don't like streaks. I'm not a combo gamer. I say this a lot in games, and yet I still play them because I want to know if I can do it. That's what makes games creative and awesome. You learn to do things that you don't otherwise think you can do. What that used to be what games were like. Not anymore. I mean, I think the moment you reach like AA status or even triple, like definitely AAA status, but even AA status, the moment you're not an indie dev or publisher anymore, you have to weigh. So basically, when you're a language learning app, right? When you're a language learning game developer, you're gonna have to more and more weigh to this side of things as you become more popular, because that is what distinguishes you from this side of things. This side of things is where you start, the fundamentals, the foundations, and then you might be thinking, nah, you're talking out of your butt. It's like, I can guarantee you, if you map, go on. I'll take the bet. I'll take this like figurative bet for, figurative. I can admit when I'm wrong. So if someone comes at me and proves it, I'm glad I get to learn the real reality. But the current reality is, if you go on Google or at your favorite search engine and search best rated language learning things, anything, for Japanese, it's gonna line up from the most fundamental gamification stuff, ranking lowest on average, to the most hardcore native standardized high volume accuracy things. So, and those accuracy things are less and less, it's more and more stripped even of the gamery stuff because they don't need them. So what I mean by that is, if you self-selected yourself to use an app that only reads Japanese news articles for the sake of learning Japanese, you have the willpower, the interest, the motivation already built in. You do not need those things. So you can go in. In fact, you probably don't even need that app for a very long time, because you can just go and pick up a Japanese newspaper. You can go on the NHK site and you're good to go. That's a serious language learner. You got it, right? The whole seriousness is very much aligned with self-motivated, self-interest, hubris, pride of being an advanced learner, and you can create ideas from it. You're absorbing ideas. So that's great. We don't start there. Right? Humans don't start there. They have to learn first. and they have to be engaged in their learning before they get there. And earlier today I was talking about I had a digression about taking your preferences, like creating foundations, standardizing, taking your preferences, and then entering the creative process, right? That's the difference between a beginner, intermediate, and an expert, right? A beginner requires foundation, engagement, reinforcement, consistency, and then intermediates then start to develop their preferences, their understanding, their idiosyncrasies, vlogs, blogs, etc., and then eventually enters a field of expertise, which is when they start to create their own things with the foundations, knowing all the foundations are intact, right? And games don't occupy that space. I don't remember the last time when a game comes out and it's like, hey guys, this is fully matured game. Basically, you know exactly everything is in it, and your only thing you have to do is make the game yourself. And hear me out. There are a few really wonderful exceptions to that rule, right? The thing I just described, there are a few of them. Minecraft, Roblox, Steam Workshop, any type of modding community. But now hear me out. But those aren't just games anymore. They're platforms. So then you're asking yourself, then what are other examples of expert level maturity and maturation? YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, and they're all platforms, because a platform goes from casual friendly all the way to expertise. A video game rarely ever does that. In fact, a video game ceased to be just a video game the moment they become that, right? They become a platform. So Minecraft went from a video game that was already at the edge. You know, you're basically making up your own game outside of the single player campaign, and you're transforming it into a platform. I would throw my hat off to a Sony creation. Little Big Planet would be a great example. Little Big Planet. And that's kind of where we are right now. And I think the dialogue between a language learner and a gamer is just that. So hear me out. I'm gonna give a TLDR to what I'm looking for. Good enough and comprehensive is self-explanatory for the reference, right? The reference, just to cover the very last topic, the reference is basically, it's probably gonna cover some words. Maybe like they're gonna do good enough where you have like some N1, like less N1 and more N5, but it's gonna cover all of it, but not be comprehensive, right? That's what good enough is. And I did read somewhere that there was, I think they advertised there is a weighted scale for things that are more common, right? More commonly. So there is an attempt to cater to the language learning side of things, which is include words that are, and weight the words that are more higher in frequency and whatnot. And that creates an optics for language learners. So to basically create the TLDR, I've covered what I think all of these thoughts will happen based on the store page of this game. So I don't know if Seika Quest, like the developer, considered this, but for me, I don't sell games. I don't make games to sell games. But when I think about the store page, like the features, right? If I'm less of a game developer, but more of like a community manager, or maybe like I guess I speak more like a businessman than anything. The idea is I look at these store pages, and a lot of the success success stories and whatnot of indie games, when you're trying to form a community and you're looking to invest into a community or curating a community, oftentimes it's off of what you say. It's off of your optics, right? And then who you choose to represent your product or choose to disseminate your product. And when I see a feature list, that's the first thing I'll look at. And for me, if I'm solicited, right? Obviously, remember to be clear, I'm solicited for this thing, so I double down. Usually when I'm playing things like Shashinko, and so to speak, I don't double down on these things because I already know why I bought those games. Like, I bought Shashinko for my reasons, and so to speak, for my reasons. But for me, this time, it's a little bit different because I want to raise awareness that you don't, in my opinion, most people, when they go buy a product, they don't, sometimes, like, it's not that, it's more straightforward than this. For myself, I'm in a different capacity, right? I'm solicited for opinions, so I'm deliberately challenging myself to see things from as many angles as possible. So on the one hand, the reason why I use an archetype is because there's going to be a gamer archetype and a language archetype, and then there's some like mixing in between. But the moment you write and categorize your game as an action-packed language learning game, a game that helps you remember something, the idea is that you will draw expectations from two different archetypes, and the game has to meet these expectations because of the optics that you presented with your game, right? So if you're saying arcade pace learning, there are some bare bones arcade things that will probably check off the list. And also, it's interesting, but I would probably offer the idea of making sure that you mention, you know, single dev, right? Or like limited resources, because that creates optics. It's transparency. The idea is like, oh, well, you can't do a lot of this. You'll try to do a lot of this, like be thorough on your content and whatnot. So you're trying to anticipate these things. I understand that for a lot of solo devs and stuff, they like the joy of making games, and I totally understand that, right? And they don't have time for these things. I don't make games, right? And I don't invest most of my time in language learning as well. So most of the time I typically focus on human behavior and like where the criticisms are. I read I read comments and whatnot. The whole basis of my specialization, at least in my opinion, is to understand communication. So this is my attempt, due to the goodwill nature of the developer who solicited me, right? This is my attempt to be as applying what I do, what I feel I spend most of my time doing. And that is to look at the optics and expectations of what you've written. And in my opinion, when someone becomes successful, like an indie dev becomes successful, especially a solo dev, they usually either decide to learn how to do this, what I'm doing now, themselves, or they hire someone, or they know a friend, or they collaborate with people who do this. This is more in the area of human resources, community management, and like publications, right? Publication companies are more doing this, sort of. Oftentimes the business and like profitability kind of takes hold, but all of this stuff is related to profitability, right? How do you word your store page as to not draw unnecessary criticism or like uninvited criticism or unintentional criticism? And how do you target the proper audience that meets the expectation, and how you communicate that? And to me, if I am looking at this already, there's quite a lot of red flags, right? The most red flags that I'm kind of very worried about right now, if I had to draw a concern, is the multiple difficulty levels. So gamers have a very specific depiction of difficulty levels, and I don't think that leans well for the context of a game that is arcade. Arcade typically the difficulty levels are very minimalistic. And when I'm talking about minimalistic arcade, I'm talking about like a cabinet arcade. But in the modern standard, it means lots of modes, like lots of ways to play it for language learning, not scaling up the boss, or like it's not that type of production. An arcade is based on how many ways you can play the arcade to make it difficult, right? And then on the other hand, if it's a language learning model, language learners do not evaluate difficulty level the same way gamification does. So it's an uphill battle to advertise that you have multiple difficulty levels, because neither group, in my opinion, is going to find that very receptive, especially for language learning. In fact, I would go even deeper and say that I don't like the idea of most things related to language learning having some sort of depiction or projection of difficulty levels. Like, for example, Wanikani, Duolingo, like even the popular stuff, they don't emphasize difficulty levels. There's no perceiving what is difficult when your content is language bound is something that inherently is not part of the discussion. So when you say multiple difficulty levels, then you're inviting a language learner to look at it as a gamification, and therefore they will criticize you immediately for saying things are difficulty or not, because it's due to the gamification that it is difficulty. And when you think about gamification and you advertise multiple difficulty levels, then you're under the scrutiny of gamers determining what is hard and easy. And then that's even more brutal than stuff like Wagotabi. Like, if I'm thinking to Shashinko, Wagotabi, and so to speak, I don't think on their page says anything about how difficulty is. They would describe what happens when they play the game. So like Wagotabi would, one of the features that they advertise is that there'll be more and more Japanese, and the English words are going to be replaced, and more Japanese that may be perceived as a way to explain how difficulty level goes up, right? A game can say we have many modes, and there are modes that are challenging, as in it can mess up your flow or something, right? Which is kind of described in the synopsis. But that's kind of one of the tough ones if you're writing that. Like a game that lists them and say, this game is really hard, then you're uphill battle in terms of optics and expectations, right? This is also a little jab at the most classical classification, Souls-like. The moment someone says Souls-like, you have an uphill battle to fight with optics and expectations. Describe what you did as a feature for that, instead of saying it has multiple levels. That is subjective, because without any description, according to this, the description is you start with beginner words, right? Beginner words, and climb your way up to more advanced sets. The downside of this is one of my concerns is a beginner word and an advanced set is probably predicated on things like N5, N4, and like the N standardized levels. And those do not coincide with how gamers think things are difficult or not. Things you don't know inherently feels difficult. Things you do know inherently feels easy, whether they know that or not most of the time. And then when you're describing beginner words and advanced words, it invites language learners. Language learners then require that you covered all the beginner words before you introduce the advanced words. So then when you say there's beginner words and advanced words, that means that the game is expected to have all the beginner words and some of the advanced words. That's what's tough about that review, or like that optics. Language learners are cumulative. They think of a pyramid. So if you're saying you have beginner stuff, you better have all the beginner stuff and some of the advanced stuff. A gamer, when you say beginner and advanced, then when they have a tough time in the beginning because it's just if you know it or you don't, then it's already hard, not easy. And if you stick a beginner to the hard part or to the easy part, as you say, right, the beginner, then the gamer will be miffed, and they would ask a lot of like quality of life changes to try to make it like easier. I think the most common discussion would be how the lessons are introduced. Are they implicit or explicit, right? And when you do explicit teaching, which I'm not sure if this is what the game does, I'm kind of curious how they introduce like the right answers. Like, do they explain what the right answer is before you are challenged with it, or do you implicitly guess and then learn it? That's a really great topic. We're about to find out soon enough. So all of this stuff, as a courtesy, right? As a courtesy for being solicited, I say that all of this is relevant. It is all relevant and a mix and match of them. So knowing optics and expectations can help with early impressions. Like, how do you retain players? Where do you go? Like, or how can you better communicate what's in your game, and or what is desirable in your game? Because when you say features, it's usually things that are desirable that reflect what your product is. So if this is truly what is being reflected, then I guess we'll find out. All of these things are what I'm looking for, by the way. All of this stuff when we start this game. I'm going to spend like the next 2 or 3 days on this game. I don't think it's going to be more than 2 days. And then we're going to wrap up with a candid conclusion about what was there. Because right now, the left side is all the things I know for a fact, right? These are the facts. And then the right are my interpretations, my optics and expectations. We'll see how much of that is true, how much of that is not, and I'll probably make commentary on it. And maybe for the next one or today and maybe tomorrow and the day after, and then we'll wrap it up, right? This is as much as I've gotten in the little amount of prep time that I have. I was, for disclosure, I was solicited like 3 days ago, and I was prepping other things at the same time. Oh, there's Sing Sing. So we're gonna go into Kotoba Dash now, right? There's one last thing to hand wave. Music and art. Music and art, that's a very touchy subject. It goes with story and culture, but it's like even further down than story than culture. That is often beyond the scope. So I don't want to mention things well beyond the scope of an indie dev, especially a solo dev, or someone who's doing a passion project on the side. Usually music and art often coincides with story and culture. I had to bring up story and culture because this is a special case. It's a language learning case. But generally speaking, story, culture, music, and art are luxuries, and they often are beyond the scope. It's trying to establish the game mechanical foundation on which to build upon first. There is going to be dabble, and usually pixel art is a common trap, in my opinion, on how to create scalable things. The most inherent way to do things is to naturalistically, in my opinion, and naturalistically cater to whatever you're prone to creating first. But there was a comment on a YouTube short by the creator who mentioned why they chose pixel art, and they naturally say the most common thing. Pixel art turned out to be a lot harder than it sounds to create a stylistic presentation. So I'm guessing very bare minimum asset creation, maybe free license or generated music. So we're not going to talk about those things. And we're not going to even talk. I gloss over other things: dialogue, script writing, social media. All these things are beyond the scope of an indie dev, right? It's nice to have them, but it's rarely expected. It's already rare for like a veteran to go out to establish a studio and then have these things on the checklist. So when I start this game, it's more like how many things are checked off. Or like we're looking for checking off things, and then things that might surprise me. Because if things surprise me, in my opinion, I think that, to me, that would be the thing I talk about. If something sticks out, that's where you get the mind-blowing moment, right? I study quite a lot of this. This is my I know you're just gonna have to, this is the take my word for it situation, but I love doing this. I like analyzing people's work and peer reviewing it. That's why I got into science. One of my favorite parts about science is the peer review process. You sit down, you grill each other, you learn how to do things better or do things differently, because that's what science is about. So games are in a vacuum. Like a lot of times the internet is in a vacuum. It's in an echo chamber. So I want to understand those echo chambers. If you can understand those echo chambers, you can choose things to do differently. So when someone comes up, and even the most inane, like unsuspecting creator could have something that just sticks out really well, and the idea is, in my opinion, you want to encourage them to at least try to see something that they don't see about their work, and that could make them, right? And it would be awesome. And that's kind of what I love about teaching. You're trying to see what the students can do well, despite sometimes they don't do well in things that are expected of them. But doing well in other things can lead back to bolstering the thing that they don't do well. So we're looking for how many things are there. I can already anticipate a lot of these, but to temper my expectations is to actually do the thing. So we're going to go and do the thing. All right. That's a wrap for our opening opinions on Kotoba Dash, right? All right. So let's get into this. And I closed a lot of windows. Okay. All right, let's see if it works out. It's kind of loud, sort of. Let's okay. I'm guessing this is a keyboard thing. WASD probably, and spacebar. We'll see. All right. So as expected, right? I imagine the developer generated all the assets, right? Let's just hop right in. I think sanctum is probably the reference. It's the reference part. So it probably the list of vocabulary words, right? And options, right? We always look at options as well. Looks like you got your bare essentials. Actually, oh, we can tell. This is the first project by Seika Quest, a one-person dev, so there you go. One-person indie dev studio with a simple mission to create a game that inspires personal growth and self-improvement. We'll see how that works out. As someone who has been studying Japanese for over 5 years, right, on and off, I'm guessing it's 5 years on and off. Whenever someone says or start a clause, also this is very hard to read. Usually you want to use a double tone text. I hope this doesn't translate to the game itself, but you want to use a double tone text. Basically, if you have black text, white outline, or drop shadow, or like some sort of highlight, or if you have white text, black shadow or black drop shadow, because that allows you to put the text on a dark color or a light color. So you only have to use one set of text for it. But in this case, the black on a fairly, yeah, it's very relatively difficult to see, right? So that to me is more like an art thing, in my opinion, an art consideration. So text has to be both black and white at the same time. Otherwise, you use a standardized text box. So most games would use the opposite color to respective text box. But in this case, this is kind of difficult to read. So sorry about that. Anyways, as someone who has been studying for over 5 years, whenever that clause is said, also the as someone clause, it probably mean on and off Japanese study, so not a consistent study. You wanted to create something more engaging and immersive than flashcards. Engaging, I would probably agree. I probably wouldn't use the word immersive. That in my opinion, that could give off that's a red flag word. But anyways, it's more than flashcards, right? Like, I would say creating something more than just flashcards. Nailed it, right? Kotoba Dash turns vocabulary practice into fast-paced interactive fun. I guess we'll find out. Fast-paced meaning like maybe there's inputs involved, right? Inputs involved. After all, building your vocabulary is the foundation of learning any language. It's one of the foundations, it's one of the foundations to learning a language. So I mean, it's not like people will read credits, so I'm being nitpicky, obviously, but generally speaking, I'm nitpicky about language. Not because of it's English or Japanese, it's communication. It is not the foundation of learning any language. It's one of the foundations of learning any language. The name comes from Kotoba, which means words in Japanese, as expected, and the energetic pace of a dash. I can kind of see that, sort of. With Kotoba, kind of. Combining language and movement into one experience. Well, it's a dash game, so okay. Rooted in Japanese tradition, the game draws inspiration from Inari, okay, the kami of posterity and success, that's fair. Who symbolizes guidance and growth throughout your learning journey. There is something to be said about their choice. Okami also uses a Zenko, but Okami uses Amaterasu, the sun goddess, and the sun goddess occupies the Zenko, the fox spirit, right? And that fox spirit look uncannily like the representation Okami. So it would be an interesting thing to wonder if the developer had any considerations of the representation that Okami from Capcom, which now has confirmed that there will be a sequel, right? Okami is one of my favorite backdrop games way back in my PlayStation 2 era of times. Anyways, designed, coded, illustrated, and composed entirely by him. So everything is him, right? As expected. So that's a good thing to communicate. What is the guide for? Welcome to Kotoba dash classic mode. Okay, so I hope that means there are more than one mode already in the game, right? As one of Inari's swift and loyal messengers, you're on a mission to sharpen your vocabulary and improve your speed, right? Inari will inscribe a target Japanese word on a chalkboard, right? Fair enough. And it's your task to dash across the stage and retrieve the... So, word banking. Multiple choice, probably. Multiple choice game. And it's your task to retrieve the scroll with the correct English translation. So it's unidirectional in classic mode. It's Japanese to English, right? The faster you deliver the answer, the more points you'll earn. I wonder what it means by deliver, as in, do you have to go back to a fixed point? Like, do you have to neutral every time you pick a thing and you neutral? But be careful, each wrong answer causes you to lose a kitsunebi. Kitsunebi is like fire spirit, like fire spirit fire, a flickering foxfire that guides your path. Okay, yeah. Lose all your kitsunebi and your training run will come to an end. Fair enough. So livestock, that's arcadey enough. You have livestock. Don't be discouraged though. After each game, you can review your mistakes using the review button to grow sharper and wiser for the next challenge. I'm not entirely sure if they're gonna add anything for the review thing. Usually, personal growth and improvement, review buttons would provide some sort of insight, right? Insight to your mistakes, like how consistently you get something wrong, common repeatable mistakes, that kind of thing. So I'm not sure if they track mistakes or not. That is a very big boon for both the gamer and the language learner if there's some sort of tracking for the mistakes, which would qualify as a form of reviewing, right? I think oftentimes that's why I don't use Wanikani's and Hanzi Heroes, like mistake, oh, just do it again situation. That's not, in my opinion, personally, it does not exude self-improvement or personal growth, which is my mantra, right? When you get something wrong, you have to consciously figure out how and why and what you're going to do next about it. Constantly reinforce that, right? Being told that it's wrong and here's the right answer is pretty much why flashcards, I like the idea of flashcards because they're short and efficient, which ironically is also this is the case. But maybe there's a mechanical way to implicitly help with that. I don't know if if the developer incorporated a mechanical way, because you could gamify an implicit way to draw attention to something that you have consistently getting wrong. Things like the scroll is on fire, or the scroll has a different color momentarily to draw the user's attention to, like, hey, you've gotten this wrong last time. That's way like deck builders and puzzle games and whatnot that have limited elements do, like hint systems and stuff. It's like, oh, hey, I just wanted to let you know that we kind of sort of made this easier, but we want to draw your attention to the scroll because you got it wrong the last time, or the time before, or 4 times before. Wagotabi does the mastery system, where they do the SRS system, where if you consistently get something right, then it gets burned. If you don't, then it gets marked down, right? So there's a tracker. So that's what a review system would require, bare minimum requirement. And then if you're doing gamification, some sort of animation, color, assets will draw attention to the mistake. That's a way to enhance and try to guide the person to paying attention to something. If the review doesn't change anything, then to me, if the section is there or not, it would not promote a active learning process. It would be a passive one, which that's fine. That's what flashcards are, right? Flashcards like, oh, you got it wrong, move along kind of situation. Alternatively, when people do flashcards, what they do is when they get something wrong, they would form a separate deck, right? So you get like 100 flashcards, 5 of them come out, but then you take the 5 and you only review the 5, right? So in a video game sense, things like Shashinko, I think Shashinko had this, and then possibly Wagotabi might. I'm not sure if they do this. I didn't do the SRS part too much. You can selectively focus on them. So, in order to review stuff, you can selectively. I'm not sure how big the database is on this game, but the idea is mechanically you can create a subsection based on the player's errors. So you can do focus challenges where you take your weakest things and have them populate the choices. That would be an intuitive way, a gamification way that can lead to language learning benefits too, right? So we'll see if they do that. Anyways, WSAD for arrow keys, and then shift for dash, or space or shift. Okay, fair enough. Anyways, let's get into it. And it's just classic so far. I'm on a beta, right? This is probably considered for all intents and purposes. Most of the stuff that you see is subject to change, although it's a November window. So we only have 1 month left, really, like roughly one. Oh, actually, it might be the second half of November. I don't actually know. Let me check my facts here. It's listed for, oh, it's just saying November sometime. And obviously, it can always be pushed back, right? Indie devs, one of the benefits of being an indie dev is that you have unilateral control over this, right? All right, so let's see what the gameplay. Oh, okay. So it looks like, I mean, I won't know some of these things either because a lot of the stuff, a lot of the material that I use is graded. They're all graded. So, we'll get to learn new things at the stuff. So he organized it based on N5 to N1. I have a big disagreement with this because it's either you know it or you don't in vocabulary sense. Like when it comes to vocabulary, that means that these aren't difficulty levels. Now, I thought maybe it was cumulative. Cumulative, when you're using a language learning thing, is an increase in difficulty because a pool has higher complexity. So like easy would be N5, medium would be N5 to N3, so it includes the N5. So no matter what, it will be harder or greater than that. And then hard would be N5 to N1's set. But if these are separated, their characteristics would be very non-distinguishable from each other. So the first 3 is easy, unless there's some gimmick involved, right? So we'll see if there's some gimmick involved in these modes, like maybe a gamification gimmick, like objects are in your way or something like that. But generally speaking, if you're organizing them based on language standards, they do not reflect difficulty because you can learn all of N2 and N1 vocabulary words without knowing any N5 words. Or N4 and N3, it's usually deal with the pool of the words. So say if you normalize all of these to 100, then they're even less different from each other. You may make an argument maybe the hard ones have a predilection for higher strokes, but this game doesn't test strokes, right? I'm guessing there's no like writing component of this. So usually this is a little bit, in my opinion, a little bit misguided on how that, and then good luck is probably all of them. So this might be actually the hard thing. I'm not sure. There is something to be said. I'll see if it occurs later. We'll talk about it later. And that's grouping. There are many ways to. So the first thing I think it's already missing in this game is this is a word game. So that has to be front and center. The game, the language of the game and the language of the stored page have to emphasize that it is a match game. It's a translational vocabulary match game. That means it does not include grammar, no sentence structures, no like dialogue, conversational stuff. The reason why that is important, in my opinion, is because then you can go and say, well, we don't have those things, but there are things you can do with words that are constructive, that I feel like after using a bunch of apps and like watching other people's demos of their favorite apps, there's one thing that they don't really tend to do that are more found in video games. It is to tax grouping and association with words. So for example, maybe there will be custom mode, adjective mode. So you only have adjectives at your choices. Noun mode, only nouns. Or maybe negative mode, only negative words, only positive words. And in fact, oh man, I can think of a game for this. Like, so instead of sticking to one character, you can make it thematic with the Japanese gods or goddesses, right? You can make like a character that is dark, and that character dark model will only have negative expressions and negative vocabulary words, right? And then the light one, and then you can have it like transition. There's so many ways you can go about developing a game using like a gamification thing, but attach it to like some sort of intuition, right? For example, your character, this character that you're probably moving the fox spirit, right? It can toggle between dark and light. So you can take your asset and flip it in the negative. And what happens is during that time, your mindset changes. You're encouraging the person to understand, oh wait, now all the vocabulary words are negative. Or other modes like, okay, now I got to think of all adjectives. So it allows you to form pattern associations. Like, okay, then it'll be all e-adjectives, all na-adjectives. Not that I'm saying this is where they go. This requires scalability. I don't think the game is, for a single dev, this would take probably quite some time to develop. But groupings, words group on association. I did get a chance to talk to Seika and introduce how I think about things during a Hansa Hero session like 2 days ago. The idea is if you have a 10-step process to learn to get from the kanji to the meaning of the word, every one of those steps can be gamified. And gamified in a way that helps the person think dynamically. So in a game, personally in an indie dev, like I said, in the language learning field, it's about being comprehensive and all that. And it's like, but you can't do that. That's so much resources and whatnot. So you advertise in a way like this is a different way to form word associations. And Duolingo actually does this really well. The downside of Duolingo is that no one cares. And what I mean by no one cares, I'm being facetious here. People don't think that way. So they're not saying like, oh, chisai. Oh, I just got chisai. It means small. That means oki is going to be the next term, right? Or a term for big, and then you immediately learn oki. Oki is big, right? Here, that's what's missing, in my opinion, in a lot of gaming in a lot of gaming like app learning things, Majig, when they're constrained, they're really constrained to SRS and flashcards. There's no meta association that guides someone to do these things. Like in class, in high school, that's how I learned English, by the way. Like, there are many ways to acquire new vocabulary words. One is to relate it to a previous word that you have in many different ways. Antonyms, synonyms, homophones, homonyms, visually distinctive, contextually distinctive, thematically distinctive, feeling, emotionally distinctive, negative, positive, that type of thing. So there's so many ways you can represent it in a game format. You can make your characters literally embellish those things. Like, in fact, people get really fast at doing these things to the point where the game has to balance not having one element stronger than the other. Duolingo has that problem. There's an element way stronger than all the elements below it. Like, you don't have to remember antonym or synonym relations. You just got to know the right answer from the word bank, right? So in a game that's designed for self-improvement, or you're trying to do implicit learning, you can remove those choices and continue to embellish that. And then that's what Duolingo kind of does. Like, Duolingo sometimes use word banks. They sometimes tell you to speak it. Sometimes it's the reverse direction. And then it's the matching direction. Then it's true and false, and then there's like response things. That's what they're trying to do, and that's the gamification shining through. You're trying to get a person to use the thing in a different context. It doesn't matter if it, in my opinion, gamification, once I've said this multiple times, it's at the sacrifice of being native. It's about logical thinking, circuit thinking. So your circuit training, and no, that might not give you the most natively accurate, singular, destination prone fluency, but it does get you to, when you do that, you can walk circles around it. Because now you know the right answer, right? So when you know the right answer, it's less and less strenuous than trying to figure out how to learn this thing 5 different ways. And I'm not saying it's the best time investment you can, but if you're someone into video games, right, and you also like language learning, trying to use video games' best assets, which is to think differently, play differently with limited knowledge, that is thinking, it's problem solving, it's critical thinking, that is absent from someone who only thinks the right way is the only way to learn something. The right example, the most natural, authentic example is the only way you think. That is not problem solving and critical thinking. That's where, in my opinion, why I fell in love with video games in the first place. Video games encourage self-improvement. They challenge the person to be more than themselves, despite maybe knowing how to do it at first. When you model yourself after someone, you already know what the right answer is. You don't have to self-improve to a point, to the extent of involving problem solving, critical thinking. You know what the right answer is. So oftentimes people hyper focus on that, and they lose the ability to think differently. Like, well, all right, so none of the methods work. What do you do now? You can give up on it. That's usually someone who lacks problem solving and critical thinking skills, right? And I'm not saying everything in life you can do if you find a creative way to do it, but generally speaking, it's a lot easier to give up when you think the right answer is the only way to do something. And in this game, I'm curious. So well, there's so much more to talk about, but anyways, let's look at what easy is. This one should be okay, right? I think I know my N5s. Alright. Please gather, okay. Oh, okay, so it just neutrals you again? Okay. So you don't have to go back. No neutral. Alright. I'm guessing this is the entire loop? Maybe? Oh. To hold? Oh, my bad. So, no explicit. You just gotta guess right away. That might rub people the wrong way, probably. That's probably a downside. Oh, where's the timer? How do I know? Oh, it's when... Okay. I'm not sure if that's N5. I'm not sure if that one was N5. Doshite. I'm not sure if that's N5. What the... I wonder how they he generated the track for this. So it's kind of weird that you're basically hitting one. It's not much, in my opinion. It's not that much beyond flashcards at the moment. It's interesting that the items stay static, but yeah, they get randomized. I was like, do they get randomized again? It's kind of hard to tell. Oh, some of these are... Some of these are very choice. Okay, I'm thinking maybe like 2 sessions, maybe tomorrow, unless there's more things. Because we kind of understand the game loop, right? That is a little weird. Okay. Well, we don't have the text problem yet, but I think the text could use a little bit. Like the text thickness, maybe. I'm not sure Ude is N5. That's interesting. I'm learning what is N5, at least if it's accurate. I'm learning what is considered N5. There is a combo, I think. Oh yeah, it's time-based. So the faster you get it, the more... It's not combo, but just for speed. What in the world am I looking at? That's N5? Really? First thing I probably am already thinking is no explicit learning. So it's basically trial and error. So it's completely reliant on trial and error right now. Also, I didn't see furigana, so it's not friendly to beginners already. the reason why I'm saying this is in the store page, it's for people of all levels, including beginners. Without furigana and ana, that's not quite true. That was cry? It's the, I was using passive elimination with that. There's some kana phrases. I guess he's using the most common representation of it. Like ishoni could be written in kanji if you wanted, but that would be kind of mean. That could have been written in hiragana. That's N5, really? Huh. What I'm learning right now is there are things that are N5 that I didn't think are N5. I don't know what that 11 means. Oh, that's pause. Okay. Get it is a paw. I don't know. I don't know if that was intentional. Month or moon. Okay. Ooh, that's written interesting. Okay. So I'm guessing you get 5 points. Chimachi. The heck? Chimachi. Interesting. Sora. Right. And obviously you have to keep in mind, I wasn't expecting like AI, even a synthetic voice in this case, but a synthetic voice would be reasonable. An on and off toggle for a synthetic voice, but that would require like quite a lot of time of curating as well. Haiku and kana. Fair enough. Taberu. Akana. Urosai. Urosai. When's urosai? Urusai. Sorry, not urosai. Urusai. Eta. Raku? Uru. It's probably uru. Tabun. In kana? Sure. Akeru. Omou. Denwa suru. Denwa suru. Okane. Tatsu? No, natsu. Shigoto. Tomodachi, right? Kudamono. Hajimeru. What the heck is that? A pen? Oh boy, katakana is in here too. Miru. Zutto. Rep. Kaban. Iku. Nihongo. Right? Atarashi. Suki? Suki. Taksan. I couldn't remember the read of that one. Hawaii. Iku. Utau. Koriru. Ne? That's N5. Kairu. It's to hurry. I don't recall the read at the moment. I'll actually do the time factor. Samui. Oh no, not Samui. Ioi or something. Oh no, I'm not sure. The last one. Genki. Yama. Hayai, right? Sumo. Sumo. I use Chinese there. Noma. Yozu, right? Kuruma, right? I wonder if it loops around? Tasukete. Tasukeru. Majime. Majime. Alright, let's look at this review. Okay. So... Wait. Matsu... Oh, V is, I'm like, to hold V? What the heck? So he does categorize, right? He does categorize verbs and adjectives and adverbs. Include at least a couple, like, different categories. Legibility is okay. And then also all the correct ones. Interesting. This is where furigana can probably be helpful, but I don't know how the list is going to work if they use furigana. Oh no, oh here's furigana, just kidding. Yeah, furigana is here. Just kidding. So he did add the furigana afterwards. That's fair. That's actually fair. Just add the furigana afterwards. Yeah, that's not much of a review other than I guess you just stare at this for a little bit. Majime is serious or earnest? Interesting. Majime. Tachimachi. I think I know what tachimachi is, but I only saw it in the kanji form. Like stand? Is it stand and hold? Tachimachi. I don't know about tachimachi. And zutto. Not sure about that one either. Katai. Yeah, I accidentally katai. And then motsu for hold. Alright, well, so is there a sense of progression? I'm not entirely sure if there's a sense of progression. There's no qualifications. Oh, that's a hard sell. There's no like form of unlocking or anything like that. Alright, let's just look at N4. Let's see what N4 is. So now we're basically only evaluating religion. We're only looking at basically the categories. Yeah, this is at most. Yeah, that's kind of tough. Hmm. What in the world? There's complicated in it. Goes. Mamonaku. I think those two were kind of a toss-up. But yeah, I don't think this is the way to go. Trial and error is not the way to go for this. I mean, if it's considered a supplement, then, you know, we're just gonna... I'm curious if it tells you which one it is, right? Like, much more. Oh, it doesn't. It just expires. Okay. So, I don't think that's good either, where it sits there on your timer as well. Shugyo. For religion. Yeah, there's really not much other, like, I guess it's okay. So now what? Like, then that means you're going here and it's a breakup. Oh, and the good luck thing is, oh, I get it. The good luck is it's gonna pick a random of these three. So it's just gonna pick one of these three for you to do. I guess that's it. I don't think there's much to talk about other than what could be added, huh? This does remind me of how I feel about those like hiragana games. You know, those like learn with hiragana kind of situation. Yeah, this is incredibly bare bones. Actually, there's not really much to talk about other than there's no implicit or explicit learning mechanic, so it's not intuitive. It's trial and error, right? So there might be a disclaimer that so here's the thing that's completely missing in the game, right? Flashcards are flashcards. But if we're comparing a game and or a language learning app, there's usually some sort of implicit learning or explicit learning that is beyond trial and error. And right now it's not, it's just trial and error. Now there's a word bank, so it's trial and error based on 25%. Here's what I would probably propose. One of the things I would probably propose is that when the time limit is up, there should be an action to get the right answer. There's a answer reveal, but it doesn't cost you anything, and it doesn't gain you anything. So, for example, in order to make this an implicit learning with the bare bones of this, right? This is incredibly bare bones. So when the time runs out, when it starts flashing, like right there, there will be one of these answers will be highlighted. Now it could be varying. It could be varying. Can I pause while the screen on? No. So it will be worth 0. So the thing will be worth 0. Oh, you know what? But then the livestock thing will go off. Okay, alternatively. Oh, here's a good way. So, alternatively, something's already missing in this game that is a lot more appealing to a language learning perspective, and it's a Zen mode. I'm guessing the 1.0 launch will have other modes or other challenges, hopefully, in the future. One of the modes would be a Zen mode. And I think the Zen mode might as well be considered the learn mode. And one of the learn modes is not, what is going to happen is it doesn't have life stocks, so those flames are gone, right? And what happens is it has a timer. So it'll play similarly the format. So this is minimum like programming things. I'm trying to gather my thoughts because I probably will try to do a little bit, look at it tomorrow, and then that's it. Because it's obviously already here. I was thinking a little bit more substantial things. So one thing I would say is it would be a learning mode, not a classic mode or training mode, a learning mode. And one of the learning modes is to get someone to keep on being pressured to produce the right answer. Now hear me out. There will be no life stocks. And what happens is when the time runs out, right? And it doesn't even need score. Like, that's perfectly fine. You can remove the score. What happens is you can play this mode as fast, as slow as possible. But the thing is, when it times out, it will reveal the right answer. So what happens is you're doing this, right? And eventually you're just gonna run out of time. Then the answer will be revealed to you. Because if you're gonna try to recall the answer, like say you picked the wrong answer, right? It flashes to that right answer. But that's not long enough to process what the answer is for most people. So you're not actually learning the answer. You're not also taking into account when the answer is. There's not enough time to look at it, right? So a Zen mode where when you run out of time, it just highlights the right answer until you select it. And what happens is it gives ample enough time to make it feel like you don't have to trial and error. So the learn mode is going to set you up for the classic mode. So right now, trial and error it's non-negotiable. In my opinion, if this is the first experience, it should come with a disclaimer where most people should have already learned the data, because a game also requires a learning curve, right? And this game doesn't have a learning curve. It literally has 0 learning curve right now. The way to offset and create a learning curve is to hang on, let's go back to the main menu. So in the game mode, again, I'm not sure if this is the way the game is stated, there would be a learn mode. And learn mode will be in batches, right? You could say like 20 or like entry 1 through 20, then 21 through 40. And what happens is there's no stocks, there's only time, right? In order to get that action feeling, the Kotoba thing. So, Kotoba dash feeling. So what happens is it's everything's the same, but when you run out of time, you can even do it in a different way. So you can even quantize it. So for example, when the thing starts flashing, 2 of the scrolls will be highlighted. Then when time runs out, only 1 of the scroll is highlighted. And that is the correct one. Now, the game doesn't move on until the correct scroll, which is highlighted, is selected. And that will be the learn mode. And that learn mode will have a tier system for completion. So then you know where you stopped off and where you are. So like, since this game is incredibly bare bones right now, so under the learn mode, in fact, I think classic mode is, I get the whole arcade thing. Basically, it's just vanilla. You have to, throw in quarters. It does example, but this is like a purchase game, right? So what it's missing is it's a learn mode, like a lesson mode. And that lesson mode requires you to tackle the learning curve. This game is built in a way that there's zero learning curve. You have no learning curve whatsoever, which without a learning curve, then there isn't an emphasis that the game is helping you improve on anything, right? So a learning curve would be, you have completion, right? You have completion tasks. That's what makes it gamified, and also helps with the language learning and gamified. And it's an optional thing, right? When you do it. So of all the words, yeah, there's a lot to be desired here. So here's all the words for easy, I guess, the N5 stuff. So these N5 stuff, oh, I see, they even group on nouns, verbs, and adjectives, and adverbs. Okay, fair enough. So here are all the words, right? However, all of these can be binned like in SRS, right? Now, here's one thing that I feel is a little disservice. When you're saying on your store page that you're trying to build something that is beyond flashcards, we have to keep in mind that the flashcard system is not literally having flashcards in your hand. The bare minimum of flashcards isn't in this game right now. So like, if you're building beyond a flashcard system, the person who's buying in or using this product would expect that it has the flashcard stuff and then more, right? So what is missing from here? Well, you're not seeing the right answers for the first time. That's one of the bare essentials for flashcard systems, right? Any flashcard system, you know the right answer. So how do you know the right answer if you're gonna if we're gonna use your game? Well, there's no way of knowing that at the moment. It's guess and checking. So alternatively, you could sit here and do this, right? You can just sit here and do this, but that's not part of the game mechanic. Then this becomes, well, if I'm doing this, I might as well pull out a dictionary, right? So you have to be distinct from that. So you can bin these words like an SRS, and at least minimally have them tied to a completion task. So when you're going back, right? The first mode is not classic mode. I mean, you could call it classic mode if you want. The first mode is lesson mode. And the lesson mode, you can still take your same approach here, right? Oops. Ooh, the menu is a little weird. So you can still take the same approach, but it requires a learning curve. And the learning curve, oh, where did my mouse go? Okay, anyways. So, it has to remove the stock and remove the score. Now you have to get someone to condition themselves to at least coordinate between the English and the Japanese. So having it timed, like having a different meter, like designing a different meter, right? Where's my mouse? My mouse disappeared. So instead of using this, you can have a two-tier timer, and it just ticks down, right? You could use a bar or a clock. It's not that fancy, but you can use a bar. And what happens is it's segmented into 3 segments. The first segment is the window for scoring, right? For whatever your scoring counter. The second window, when it ticks down to the second segment, is the amount of time between two choices. So you have a 50-50, right? You have a 50-50. And then the final segment will just reveal, like it'd be the end. It might be two segments, and then when it expires, it'll reveal the answer. And then it doesn't proceed at all. It doesn't advance or anything like that. What it does is it gives you infinite amount of time to make the connection between all the choices it is not, the 50-50, and the actual right answer. So then you don't have to go somewhere to learn that or combo game it. And it's still using the same system you have. You can provide 2 timers, which is already set in there. So I'm trying to think of how you would like use whatever the developer has, whatever they have now, and then change it into a different mode, so that, because without a learning mode, unfortunately, there's not only not a game here, like if I had to be really crude and direct, there's not a game here because there's nothing to learn and nothing helping you to learn. And also language learning, it is hard pressed that this people will sacrifice the fundamentals of flashcard systems for a lack of that. And then on top of something that when you interact with it, you aren't implicitly learning anything. The reason why you're not necessarily learning anything is because you're not learning from your mistakes here. Like if you select an answer, it'll momentarily flash the right answer, right? But that's not enough to know what the right answer is. So then when you go at the end, when it does the review process, it's difficult to know why and when and how you made that mistake. It's hard to even know what the mistake you made, like the wrong answer you picked versus the right answer, because that can be informative. Like there's no record, so you have to at least give the person the opportunity to know what was the wrong answer they picked and what was the right answer. Because knowing that they constantly mess up the wrong answer, that's one of the benefits of using an SRS card system. You see the error you made, and you have all the time to investigate the error. Now I kind of get, yes, this can slow down the pace of the game, but this could be in the Zen mode. It could be in the lesson mode. So right now, this is game time, right? Classic mode is game time. This is where you go for scores. But right now, there's no element of practice. You cannot practice, nor can you learn. So, to be really frank, like right now, this is non-functional. Like you can't use anything here that will get you to learn more. And that's kind of tough to say but yeah, you can learn more. You can translate it and attach to the things. Like it's also difficult to even know how you know the right answer without doing all the work already, right? So I wasn't expecting it to be this kind of like bare bones, but the game is the app is designed to already tell you what you know, and then when you don't know the thing, you're not going to rely on this thing to learn what it is. So now we have a issue here, right? The gameplay loop is kind of sufficient, I would say, to maybe stare at, do a few more inputs, but that is like very, very small. And there's no learning potential. No learning potential at the moment. And there is no review process. So we're already down to I should make a list of the fundamentals that we require. So I didn't think there would need a learning curve, right? So a game requires a learning curve. So I think having the right answer narrow it down for you is with some visual ways to indicate what the right answer is. That's kind of a way to institute a learning curve. So it needs a lesson mode. You need to learn the answers somehow, implicitly or explicitly. You can go ahead and try to create an explicit one, but implicit is fine. Implicit is using highlighters to indicate which one is the right answer, which one's the wrong answer, and give the person plenty of time to know what it is, right? So it's at your own pace. So like a Zen mode is great. That checks off learning curve. Without the learning curve, it's neither a game, in my opinion. It's neither a game. It doesn't qualify as a game, nor does it qualify as a learning application. It doesn't supplement anything, right? Because you've lost the learning potential. Another thing is that there's opportunities for association here. Since they categorize nouns, verbs, and adverbs, it works to the developer's advantage to also make separate modes for noun, verbs, adverbs, and adjectives, since they're already binned. This doesn't have any sense of progression, unfortunately. There's a score, sure. When you're doing something timed, it requires a gauge. So the design needs to acquire like an actual clock as opposed to like a number that shows up. I saw +4, +3, and +2, and +1, 4 to 1. Maybe +5 is like instantaneous. I have no idea. The score readout is very bare bones. So sure, you can figure out that. No, see, you can't even figure that out. So there must be an accuracy, like what you call it. I wonder how well you can code this, but there needs to be a time average. I think a time average is helpful than a score average. Like a cumulative score is great, like that's the bare bones, but there needs to be also a time average. Basically, what is your, and you can probably data mine this off this already, because you have 4s, 3s, 2s, and 1s, right? Or 5s, and at the end, the score summary could tell you what's your average speed. What's your average speed, and you're trying to bring up your average, right? There's also progression is there's no sense of progression in this because there's no history. So this game does not have a history. You have no histories. So history of run, that's bare minimum. For foundations for gamification, you need a run of history, and preferably in a graph. Preferably in a graph. For this case, because then you can see your score averages, and a high score doesn't tell you consistency, right? So it's missing a way to measure consistency. Speed even. So there's no speed readout or consistency. There's just a lot of things. So I think if I were to do something, I would probably just write out all the things that are missing, or at least in my opinion, some fundamentals. So Let's go back to looking at the. Let's go back looking at least the things that are described here, right? This is an interesting thing. I've never really been in this situation yet, or have been in this situation. So first of all, we talked about progression system, right? There isn't a progression system, unfortunately. At least in my opinion. If I have to be really careful or be direct with my word, there isn't a progression system here. I'm not sure if maybe there's more to this. I will have to confer with the developer. But for instance, a progressive system, there are two types of progression systems. Completion, which would do well to line up with lessons. So you need a lesson system, a lesson mode would lead to a natural completion progression system. So that's bare minimum for video games and language learning. And then the other progression system is metrics that complement what you're trying to do. So you need a readout for speed. So you can use the scoring system to create a binning system for showing your average speed. Your average score per input will show you your average speed, right? And since you have different bins for these, you will have an average speed for all of them. And progression systems require an overtime metric. Minimally, even flashcard systems, minimally needs to have some sort of trackable metric system. Honestly, even Wanikani and Hanzahiro is kind of, it's not part of it because it's not focused on gamification. It's focused on completion. So Wanikani uses most of their resources for a completion system. In a game, it requires a completion system and a performance system. So there's no way to track that yet. And one way would definitely be outputting some sort of stylized graph that shows your performance over time. Like your last 6 runs, or like a graph that shows your last 10 runs score at minimum. On top of that would be average speed, right? Average speed, so average score per thing, and it would have separate graphs for all the separate 3 bins and all the other modes that are pretty much missing, right? Replayability design is the other one. This is not a replayability design. This is repeating the same thing, in my opinion. So replayability is often viewed separately from the body, the pool of design. So yes, you could argue that it's replayable because you don't hit all the words that can show up, right? There's different combinations. That's one layer, 1 degree of freedom. The 1 degree of freedom does not make a game and does not make a great impression. Usually you want at least 3 or 4 degrees of freedom. And what are degrees of freedom here? They're like variables that change, right? Technically, you can argue there might be 2 degrees of freedom because it's been in N5, N4 to 3, and N2 to 1, right? So it's kind of been, so that's a degree of freedom, sure. So at least 1.5. The alternative is like the number of scrolls, right? It can go from 2 to 4 to 6. That could be a degree of freedom. So how many possible answers there are, and then you're looking for it. You might be thinking, wait, hold now. Now, if it was 2 scrolls, it'd be easy, like the 50-50, right? You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised that 50-50 might be, is that substantially easier than a multiple choice with 4 things. Now, this is the difference between someone who's guessing versus someone who wants to know the thing. Oftentimes, they are far more focused on either knowing what it is not, or what it is. And a lot of times it's focused on what it is. So 2 and 4 in a time situation, it's not as much, but then you can move to 6, right? So considering the idea of scaling the number of correct answers, and then possibly even keeping the time limit the same, that increases difficulty. So binning N5 and this stuff, that's okay. I think that's fine. There's also binning the number of right answers or possible answers. That's also something. You can also, when you scale up number of answers, you can also scale up the number of correct answers. So like this, now hear me out. An alternative mode is the buy mode. So now you can have your, Orihime, some characters stand in the middle, but there are 2 boards. There are 2 chalkboards. And what happens is she will reveal either 2 Japanese words at the same time. Now you could get a little creative with this because those 2 Japanese words could be related to each other to show association, and then you can have, look at this empty space, right? There's definitely enough space for 2 more scrolls here, right? So there's 6 scrolls, but now you're selecting 2 scrolls, but with another degree of freedom with the number of things you're looking for and the number of answers, you can form associations. Like one of the modes would be, I don't know, antonyms or something. So the chalkboard will reveal chisai and oki, right? And you can even bin them to 1 answer scroll if you want, so it's big and small, right? So there's plenty of ways to go about this, but there's a lot. You like this, to be really frank, there's so many foundations. I was talking about a fun mode, but foundations are missing. Definitely lots and lots of foundations are missing. The biggest foundation is that games have to be competent in getting the player to get better at the game in some way. There's got to be some form of guidance, whether it is implicit or explicit, right? Explicit is probably the quickest way to go about it, which is what Wanikani and Hanzahiro does, but they have something on top of it. The explicit information comes with mnemonics, so you are paying, right? You're paying for something that is trying to develop a new skill. You're developing something by seeing it and hearing it and whatnot. This doesn't, at the moment, this doesn't offer anything. Like, it barely offers, like, for example, a puzzle game, right? Where the only option is to move up, down, left, right. Solving the puzzle gives you an act of progression, and the puzzle itself has a handhold. Like, there's a slight nudge in a specific direction. Right now, even based off the classic mode, I could already imagine a learning mode, which is what I would probably it wouldn't require too much. It requires all the code that already exists in the game, I would say, but modified to some extent. So use a 2-stage timer, right? I gotta like write all this down at some point. So maybe I'll have to brainstorm about it. There's a lot missing. First, statistics is missing, the bare essentials in statistics. So you could argue that, oh yeah, you should be writing these things down and whatnot. It's like, well, then it's less than a flashcard, right? It's less than flashcard system. because you can't manually sort any of this. The game doesn't let you manually sort any of this stuff, right? You have a menu and it just tells you what's wrong or whatnot, and then you have a master list, right? In fact, since you have a review, you have to track that as well. There's no tracker for this. Like, without a run history, which should include multiple, at least 5 or 6 different metrics that I can see based on what you're designing, what you have designed so far, it should track those things. Not just one at a time. If someone has to go and do this already, the criticism would be, why use this then? It's even less engaging. Now I do have a double edge. When a game is incredibly convenient, which obviously this game does not have a lot of quality of life things, right? Or this kind of hard for me to say a game, but there's not that convenience can, make you complacent, right? However, if the idea is to present something that's engaging, those conveniences are what are provided so that the person can still stay engaged, right? So there's no history. Definitely run history is a must. So when it comes to programming a game, there is a lot of things missing. What else could I say? Because I don't have to, in my opinion, it's pretty a foregone conclusion unless there's a very obvious way. So here's another progression system thing. There's no obvious indicator whether this is the rest or all of it or something. So you have no form of completion. Completion is missing. So games require, at bare essential, in my opinion, a form of completion list. So you have no completion, right? No completion. No statistical tracking. So you can't. There's no progression system. This is unfortunately. So no progress, no learning curve, in my opinion. No statistical tracking. Like statistical tracking progress is one. No learning. No task. So no goals whatsoever. So there's no way of either using completions or mile markers. The score itself has no milestones involved. Like try to get 10 or try to get 10 in a row correct or something like that. So all of that is missing. I feel like my fingers are crossed, I suppose, is that this is the demo. If this is the demo, that's okay, right? Demo is to illustrate the classic mode, right? So I don't know. I would have to talk to the person if this is the demo version. If this is what's being launched in November 2025, I have a lot of things to say. I don't want to be overtly negative. Like, I don't think, at least I don't think I sound negative here. My first thought is all of the things that can be added to the game, especially using whatever is established here, right? With the idea of establishing this stuff. But ultimately, the gameplay loop is, if I had to be really honest here, it's faster, it feels faster pace flipping through your flashcards or rapidly entering through Wanikani than the gameplay loop on here. This gameplay loop is very slow. And what I mean by it's very slow is because you can't get faster. There's no route to getting faster. there's only getting slower to learn the stuff. So everything is slower. It's not faster. And it's the opposite of, I guess, what the game is suggesting, or like the store page. So you feel very slow because there's no way to get faster. And when you think, oh, well, you just learn all the words and then you can go as fast as possible, it's like, but that slows everything down. One of the things about being a game is when you play it, you get faster. But I in my humble opinion, you don't get faster in this game because there's no way of learning anything. You get to be told all your mistakes, but you don't learn while you're playing the game. You learn while you're not in the game. Right? So that's the problem. I think that's a very tough red flag. Now, there is something to be said that someone said, like, this is supposed to be supplement, right? You can argue, all right, this is a game that literally is bare bones and is only designed to test what you know, and that's it, right? Then I think that will be okay. But then you have to argue whether it's a game or not, because you no longer play anything. You're not actually learning anything. You're reinforcing the things you have to learn outside. So in a way, this could be a benchmark. Like, it could be like a website app where it serves as a benchmark. Like, hey, all right, it's been 4 months since you spent a lot of time working on Japanese. What's your benchmark at? Now, hear me out. The reason why I say that can be a problem, or in kind of suggesting that's a problem, is whatever other people are using to learn, it already those typically benchmark for them already, right? So this is like, it's hard to argue that this is any more interactive or fast paced than anything else. So at minimum, I think I don't know, this is not going to remotely satisfy a gamer or a language learner, in my opinion. So that's kind of a rough thing to say. I don't think I've ever... Yeah, it's tough. This is really tough. What I think I'll focus on, maybe when I collect my thoughts about this, I guess, is that, right, there's more to say about what could be included or what could be brainstormed and workshopped than what is here. I don't want to trivialize the person's work, because I think this is a starting point. It's a great starting point to work on. But right now, I think the first thing definitely is if a gamer and a language learner is one in the same or in any way, there has to be a learning curve for this game. So the moment the learning curve is added to the game, it creates game time, and it creates a loop in which you feel like you're improving on something, or have the capacity to improve on something. Otherwise, it's like flashcards. At least in my opinion. Having a score system, having a live livestock, there's really not much at stake here, because you aren't challenged to learn anything, at least in my opinion, right? So that's kind of tough. I think definitely working and workshopping a acquisition, like how to learn the words in the game using the same recognition system, can condition someone. So at minimum, you gotta, it has to have a lesson mode. And that lesson mode can be entirely visual. It doesn't have to be like, Kaidu means to return. Kaidu is a verb, like all in text. What could happen is exactly the representation is the same, right? Only now you're using like highlights and stuff. You can even, the reason why I suggest the timer thing is because you can have the person guess. Like, hey, that kind of looks like Kaidu. And it's like, oh wait, now it's between these two, right? Now it's between these. It's hard to illustrate this. So I think I'm going to spend most of my time talking about what could be changed or what could be added to the game. Not changed. We're not, I think this is a fairly good foundation, right? So like you're sitting here and you're staring at these four. I see why he put the pause button in front of this, but it's very hard to, I would have to draw a diagram. So you have these four answers, right? And you have the middle answer. So giving like a 10-second time, say like, oh, you know, this character kind of looks like white. And then suddenly halfway through, it's the top two answers. It's like, oh, okay, well, which one would it be? Door or teacher? Right? And then if they still can't get it between the two, then the right answer will be shown. And then they have the time to connect the right answer to the thing on the board. Now, multiply this with an adjective only, an adverb only, and noun only mode where you bin the pool to that. Now they'll be able to resolve different adjectives. So like, oh, okay, these are all adjectives now. So what does this feel like in terms of adjectives, right? And then it would do the same thing, right? So there are many ways to sort. I think this game requires at least 4 sorts. So I'm thinking of all these things to mention because I don't think I'm gonna have to play. I don't have to play anymore to really know more about. I have more ideas about how things are laid out. So tomorrow or maybe the day after, I'll give myself like an extra day to think about this. But really, the first thing is it needs more layers of degrees of freedom, which then incorporates into a learning thing. So first, there's learning and playing. So 1 degree of freedom needs to have learning and playing. So there's the learning mode and a playing mode. Bare minimum, learning, playing. And then the playing mode and the learning mode needs more degrees of freedom. So nouns, verbs, adverbs, and adjectives. Those are the 4 modes that can be binned. If one needs to increase the terms, you can increase the terms, because once they get binned into nouns, adjectives, verbs, and adverbs, their pools are smaller. So you can bin them up some more, you can add more to them. And I can assure you, in the Japanese language, there is sufficient ways to continuously bin them up. So both the learning and the classic mode require that they have multiple modes, and those modes can form associations. So extravagant mode, the bare essentials would be to bin those 4 parts of speech. And then for the learning mode, binning sets into a progression system is a must. There's a complete lack of a progression system. So in my opinion, like I would say 95% lack of any form of completion system. So the learn mode is binned based on completion. So, and completion is only achieved based on a percentage. So for example, the first 20 words from N1 or N5 must be completed to an 80%, whatever, an arbitrary like 80%, then it will unlock the next 3 bins, right? So the idea is it's not for the speed anymore, it's to get up to the speed. And in learning mode, what happens is they are meant to 100% it. So you bin them to a amount where, okay, they can even memorize all the answers. That's the whole point. So you might even consider it, you can still randomize the choices in the smaller bins, but they would have to get all the answers right at least once continuously without losing anything, and before the timer ends, right? In fact, you could make it even so if they know the right answer, you can call it complete, but I wouldn't do that. So you would bin them twice, and they have to get it within the second bin, maybe like a 50-50 bin, where if they get the 50-50, that will count as a right. So they have to get the right answer consecutively across like the 20 words in each bin. So then you have a whole menu, right? Now you're creating a menu system where when you hit learning mode, the learning mode would be like separate boxes, or you can make one box and say you're at bin 1 of N5, then you're at level 2 of N5, level 3, 4, 5. That creates the bare essential SRS flashcard system, right? So what I'm basically, I guess what I'm, to really summarize like the TLDR, I'm taking whatever it is about Wanikani and Duolingo, at least minimum, those things that use word banks, right? They are reliant on word vocabulary things, and trying to create it and adjust that system to the core gameplay loop, which is that field with the scrolls and stuff, right? At minimum, it has to meet all those requirements before you can even tackle the idea that the thing is a game or a language learning app or anything like that, right? So you still require a completion task. So the first thing to do for sure is a completion task. With the completion task, focusing on a task of completion, that in sub also addresses progression. And then with the progression, you hope that you can tack on history. That measures performance. So then you have completion and performance as a form of progression system. And then the replayability is based on how the different words are being played, not because they're just randomly being pulled from a pool, in my opinion. So that does not deal with replayability, because the mechanic side of things is identical, and the learning thing is identical because it doesn't exist in the game, right? Until you add a learning progression system. And then the classic loop, the arcade loop for the replayability, that is one layer of degree of freedom, right? One degree of freedom, which is not sufficient, barely sufficient. I think that makes possibly only equivalent to a flashcard, because that randomization in a stack of cards is still represented here, right? So it has to be more than that. What can literal flashcards or other like Wanikani and Duolingo can't do as well or differently? Grouping adjectives together, grouping nouns together, grouping, adverbs together, creating a challenge mode that you're meant to try to think the opposites, right? Establishing opposites, establishing similarities, doubling up I like doubling up, the idea of doubling, but that's extravagant, right? It's a little bit more complicated, and it requires like as it like if then, like if the person choose this, how you would score the second if they get one of them right. There's a lot of other things, but I think in the state it is, I don't have to play anymore, right? Like this is now this is supplemental in the sense that it is viewed as supplemental, as optional, completely optional, as opposed to offering something that can compete with other supplemental things. So I think the bar was kind of, I was being like a bit conservative about the bar, but I think this is very low, unless I really do hope, like it's to the point where I really do hope when they said like the guide is like the classic mode, right? That it also means that there are other modes that is available in November when the game launches or something. For now, like it took me like 5 to 10 minutes, and I was doing it to look for things to add. So the main gameplay loop is less than 5 minutes, right? It's less than 5 to 10 minutes. And that means that it doesn't have a replayability design. It's not a... I think I would be a little bit apprehensive to say this game has any replayability. Largely because the replayability only has 1 degree of freedom. And the only degree of freedom is the answers, the kanji that is portrayed, and the answers are different. Which I think that's the bare minimum, I suppose. But the game was kind of suggested to be more than bare minimum, right? Or an evolution, or in addition to the words. I don't know if I'm being a little bit harsh here, maybe because I feel like the language learning side of me say, oh, I can identify things that I don't remember, right? Off of this. But it also is saying I don't need this to tell me what my weaknesses are. Because this is no more engaging, in my opinion, than having something that actively teaches me and encourages me to do better. So in this case, the fail state is what is supposed to provide motivation and engagement for this game, which I don't know about you, but whoever relies on fail state as a way to motivate yourself, that's kind of a hard thing to sell. Like on using. And the lack of a progression system, in my opinion, is what is very tough to swallow, while also not having a progression system that's tied with a learning and or completion system. So those are essential, at least in my opinion. To make a comparison, a clicker game does not have a lot of moving parts. In fact, a clicker game only has 1 gameplay loop, like 1 input mechanic. The action part is the act of clicking on something, right? But in itself, the clicker game then becomes layered with different things to click on, right? Or different ways of clicking things. This doesn't do any of that at the moment. It doesn't make you look at words differently in any way possible. It tells you that you should randomly guess and or learn a traditional learn outside of this game as a prerequisite to play this game. And that is kind of true to the nature of being supplemental, right? It is true to the nature of being supplemental. At the same time, it's difficult to not think of a whole list of criticisms for the current game. Now I need to understand what the other games are like. Like, so I can say that I am guilty for being spoiled in a sense, because I haven't been solicited by anyone else who other than the Wagotabi team, right? The other games, those are games that the developers spent like many years, right? Many years and whatnot. So I might have a very warped or sense of what the standards are. I think this game is serviceable if you just don't you don't like staring at playing cards. Fair enough. But I could also make the argument that the cards you have, the little flashcards you have, you can do more with it than this game at the moment. Because you have the little cards, you can sort the cards, you can bin the cards, you can exclude cards and move the cards around. I think at minimum, this game has to be able to do that. If this game doesn't do that, then it has to offer a learning curve and a progression tracker for their system. So Wanikani, you can't sort your cards, right? In Wanikani and Anki, Anki you can, but Anki is a platform. In Wanikani, for example, you can't sort your cards. In Duolingo, you can't sort your cards. You can't sort what the content is, the level and stuff. But the reason why Duolingo is curriculum based, so it is offering a learning progression prescribed. And Wanikani, you can't sort your cards because it's dynamically being sorted for you. So that has pros and cons, right? If you don't sort your own card, then you don't learn how to correct your mistakes and whatnot. You're hoping that Wanikani's SRS system helps you with that or does the work for you. In this game, it does neither of those things. It doesn't sort the card for you to tell you how you can improve and learn. And if it doesn't allow you to be, if it doesn't make you responsible for correcting your mistakes, Duolingo doesn't make you responsible for correcting your mistakes. Not in the same way as an SRS system does. But Duolingo has a curriculum, and that completion of that curriculum is still eliciting exposure and progress. And even then, Duolingo keeps track of the mistakes, and they ask for you to redo the mistakes, even correct the mistakes. So we had the 6 points? Arcade pace learning. I think that's a check. I mean, going around dashing it's fine, right? I think that's very serviceable. I don't even think it's necessary, actually. My alternative is pressing 1, 2, and 3 and 4 instead of having the guy move around. So, and they always neutral back, so that's kind of weird. The arcade thing is very serviceable. I think it's bare bones serviceable, so I'll give it a pass. Multiple difficulty levels, that's non-existent in my opinion. I think the whole idea of difficulty is kind of lost. Gamification does not focus on normalized unknowns, so it's difficult because there's something to be learned. So and usually complexity, the more unknowns is how it's difficult. But the way this game is binned based on that is it's all unknown. So they're all the same difficulty. Right? And then for language learning, both gamers and language learning may agree when it comes to language learning. It's cumulative that makes it the complexity and cumulative nature of it, or the thinking differently because of the way it's binned, is creates challenges, alternative challenges, not necessarily more difficult or less difficult. Like easy, medium, hard, in my opinion, this is irrelevant. If you don't know any Japanese, it's always easy, medium, hard. If you know N5, it's easy. If you remember your N2, N1, it's easy, right? So this is not, in my opinion, an adequate way. So I think that's a fail on point 2. Replayable design, there's no replayability in this game. In fact, adding a learning curve and a completion adds replayability already, because you're going through the same loop. When you learn 20 words through the learning, like a learning mode, then you're gonna have to do it again for the next 20, then the next 20, next 20. That's a replayability design. The learning is a design for replayability. The classic mode, you can argue, is one way to make it replayable, and that's fair. So I would say almost a fundamental tick on replayability design. And then progression system, I think that's probably one of the it's so deficient that it's hard for me to consider it a game or a learning app. Like both a learning app and a game requires a learning curve and a progression system attached to that learning curve, and a way to track over time your performance at the end game. So end game performance is a minimum for like tracking. Learning curve is a minimum for early progression, right? And then completion is your companion to performance seekers. So that is completely missing. And then that goes into our review aspect. Without a learning system, the idea of reviewing and having mistakes are not there. And without the motivation of a progression system, the incentive to review your mistakes are not there. And I think the way it's designed now on how the mistakes are detached from when you make the mistake is rough. The alternative is you collect all the mistakes and you use those mistakes to learn from them. So like if say there's a tracking system where you make 20 mistakes, then that 20 mistakes get added to a pool of mistakes. Then you do it again and there will be like 30 mistakes, but 20 of them overlap with the 20 previous mistakes, and then 10 new ones are added. Then there's a separate mode to do called like a focus mode. A focus mode would only focus on the mistakes you have previously made. And then if it doesn't reach a critical mass for a round, you fill it in with other words. And they can be any words to simplify the matter. But that mode would have to contain all the mistakes that have been tracked. Right? So, in fact, not even having a full vocabulary list is... I think right now having the full vocabulary list has become more of a crutch for not integrating, maybe like overshadowing the idea that this game doesn't have any form of learning or self-improvement. And there's no indicator of whether you improved or not. Like, you could argue that a score output will give you a reasonable... You can like track the score yourself, right? You can go and write on a notepad like, oh, today I got 3,000, today I got 4,000. And then, but when the score goes up, it might not necessarily be because you are learning from your mistakes, or you're becoming more consistent, or you're taking more time. It's not helping you self-improve, in my opinion. There's no like way to read out other than the score is higher. It is sufficient, I feel, for someone who is very, very early on. Like what I mean is very early on in the sense of you're dabbling in making a game, I would say, and you're dabbling in language learning. I think anything is more than nothing for early on. And then, in my opinion, when one becomes like an enthusiast or an intermediate, there are a lot of foundations that are missing. And that's probably what I'm going to spend tomorrow making a list of. Or maybe the day after tomorrow. What time is it? Well, it's Friday. I think I'm going to collect my thoughts and write a, like, brainstorm about all the things that are essential, at least in my opinion, arguably essential. I'm not a game developer, and nor am I a language teacher, right? However, I can at least have my due diligence, personally, have my due diligence with like a writing pad and illustrating some concepts that I would say. Like, for me, I don't have to play anymore. Like for like this is sufficient. I think I get it. I get the point. And when you create something, that's great. Like like going on Anki, for example, and making your own cards, that can feel like this too. When in the process of making your own card, you have learned this, you have learned the word and the context, and the thing becomes memorable. And then after you make like 100 cards, you can share those cards with someone else, right? That's your deck. However, when someone picks up your deck, if it's prioritizing, if it's masking the learning process, then that is what this game is like. So what I mean is, this game doesn't tell me how to learn Japanese. It doesn't even explain to me how you learn Japanese over 5 years. It also tells me, in my opinion, personally, if this game represented what someone considers as a supplemental device for language learning, the stuff that I mentioned are the bare minimum things I would look for if I had to choose my time, right? That's not to say that this is valueless less. The idea is that I'm not a seasoned game developer, nor am I a language learning expert. And I can already make an entire laundry list of things that I don't think I've encountered a product so far that have middling reviews, like just middling, like, oh, people hate this or love this, that they have shared characteristics and shared features that are missing. So we're not talking about gold standards. So I'm not comparing someone's work, someone's side project, someone's like extracurricular activity to the gold standards. I'm comparing them to the minimum standards, the foundations. So games require a progression system. And a progression system has 3 elements, right? And I'll probably talk about them tomorrow. I think I got my idea. I didn't know what I was expecting. I think this is putting me in a really interesting position. And I think I'm going to learn a lot from it. I actually, I haven't ever done this before. So, or I I've done this before in a different way, but I haven't been in this situation before where I can say, illustrate, and conceptualize far more things than what's there. And that makes me really excited because now I get to exercise my creativity. I don't want, this is gonna come off a little bit like more of a tough love situation. Most of the time, I really truly believe I tend to prefer, I stand by this, I tend to overestimate anyone's open generosity towards me because I want to communicate that I'm ever grateful for opportunities to be part of someone else's life's work, right? Like, or part of their life's work. So in any way possible, I like to appreciate that they have the opportunities. And what happens when I accept these opportunities is the idea that I want to be there, whether it's good or bad, because I want to be useful. So in this way, now I have a different situation in which I can be useful. At least I think I can be useful. And that is to brainstorm and sit there and think about what other clever ways to add and embellish what's here, because I can't program. I can't make this. Well, I can't make this right now. I could learn how to, but this is not my interest, right? My interest is to communicate like what is common as a quality of life thing, a standard, a bottom line standard for everything, and if that's in the game or not, or in the app. And then after that is established, what is unique that can make it unique, or what is something that I often say, oh, I don't see this very often, and it can be adapted to whatever the idea is. I pitched an idea earlier with Mika, because Mika is also someone who dabbles in programming, I suppose, in some way. And I was talking about like exactly what I've been talking about with antonyms, synonyms, and like noun, adverb clustering, and then using it as a way to create different levels of entry for word associations. Because if you just want to work on your words, your vocabulary, it doesn't have to be vanilla. You don't have to go from all disjointed words with no higher level context and then go straight cold turkey into sentences, dialogue, and stuff. There are other ways to bin and create accessibility into grammar, or accessibility into sentence structure, or or contrast with conversation, right? There can be bridges to flexibility, like, oh, hey, here are, with a large enough database, for example, here are 6 things that kind of express like and joyous. Now you just know that. So when it comes up in the future, it's like, oh, okay. So this is the situation where you use this form of expression for like, but I also know 3 or 4 other ways to say like. I wonder when those situations are going to come up. Those are the things I do, in my opinion. So I'm kind of projecting onto what this game lacks from my perspective, is that when I look at words and flashcards, there are so many things that you can be doing, or you could try to do, or maybe find creative ways to do, that can be represented in a video game. Like, when I don't know what this word is, I think, wait, could it be a noun or verb or adjective? Then you look at the context sentence. It's like, oh, hey, that's kind of a noun or a verb or adjective. Like, wait, but is the sentence overall positive or negative? You can still do it the other way. So when a word gets associated, introduced with something that is another word associated with it that is positive or negative, or dealing with size or something, that creates bridges to thinking also when you're reading sentences and paragraphs and listening to people. Like, hey, this conversation's kind of feeling a bit negative, and you can manipulate the negativity into a positive notion by using alternative words that have that element, right? So you can still develop feelings and pragmatic uses that bridges words and stuff. I think that's usually how I'm pitching most of words. So if someone's asking me to evaluate a language learning game, right, or like a app or something, first we cover all the bare essentials, right? And the bare essentials is when you pay for something, like this is a really big TLDR. You're paying for something, you're getting something back, or like you're getting something for your payment, right? And that sounds like, well, yeah, duh, that's why people buy things. The thing is, when you make something, you want them to capture that, right? You want them to be like, oh yeah, I get exactly that you're selling, like what you're selling. I don't think this is doing that at the moment. So that's why I went and decided to look at the features, the points that were made on the store page. Actually, I do this for pretty much all the games. I just have this just happens to coincidentally be the first time I've ever encountered a point where I still stand by overestimating everyone that offers me generosity. That does not mean that I will always give them the benefit of the doubt after using or like after seeing the product, right? If I do in fact overestimate someone, if I underestimate someone, I'm all about learning. So when someone I underestimate, like even trying to overestimate them, and they still blew me out of the water, I want to learn everything that I can from this person. Now, in the off chance, which not really off chance, in the more common way, I prefer to always overestimate people, because then I tend to be focused on, okay, so the things that I think were there or not were there, let's see how we can improve them, right? Like, let's work together and brainstorm ideas. And that's usually what happens in my conclusion. Like, most of the time, I talk about what's there, and I talk about the optics and the reception of who would like this, what it's targeted to. And then my personal opinions are very much oriented in a way like, what's next? What can they do next? And this is the first time this is one of the first times that I feel like it's missing things. Like, it's missing a lot of things. So the question is, what can we work on? Or what could be there? And then even better yet, if the person just goes ahead and release the thing and see what other people say, I'm very curious what other people say. Because if I'm completely wrong, or like I'm way off the mark, that's a very humbling experience. And that humbling experience will help me learn about what is the basic essentials that people want. If this is the basic essentials, then my entire like scale needs to be recalibrated. I've like I don't know if I've recorded those things. See, I haven't recorded things. I played a game made by like, I think this like teenager who, the whole aspect of the game was just moving like, it was just moving from left to right. And it dealt with either jumping, like a dash game, like for example, this could be akin to one of those dash games where you're moving from left to right, and then you just jump. and you dodge the boxes, right? And then you just see what the score is. And I think that's where my headspace is, right? So a game like what do you call it, Flappy Bird and stuff, right? That's kind of where my headspace is right now. Flappy Bird. Now the thing is, Flappy Bird has things in it. Despite Flappy Bird, basically some of the mini games, like in Dave the Buyer, only requires one input, the space bar. The space bar is the only entering thing. Now the question is that the bare minimum that they have for that game? It is, kind of, right? Despite being encapsulated in a daily. So, in a way, this is serviceable. Like, if I am really honest, this is serviceable because it's more than that. Now, I'm not entirely sure if I find more than that satisfying enough. For me, my experience is satisfying enough. Like, I'm good. Like, I spent like 20 minutes and I'm good. Like, I understand it now, and that's all I really need. So that kind of demonstrates to me that something is missing. Now, I don't know how the developer is planning on pricing it or advertising it or anything. The game that I described, like Flappy Bird and stuff, those games, what they do is they're used as freeware. They're often used as freeware as a way to first collect feedback. So like two of the games that I was thinking about, their first games were free on Steam. And what they do is they release like Kotoba dash prologue, and then they use the prologue to get feedback and then release a game that is full on it. Now there is a demo of this, but my question is, am I playing the demo? I don't know, because if it's the demo, then I feel a lot more comfortable. If this is the full thing, it's hard to know like if there's any more. Is there any more to this? And that deals with a adequate progression system, like an adequate progression system, completion system and whatnot. Oh, I don't know. It's a tough spot. Tomorrow, maybe the day after. I'm gonna say the day after. I need a little of a break. What's the day after? The day after is gonna be my like leap day. Oh, but that's gonna be a burnout day. I'll see. I'll probably wrap my thoughts within the next 4 days, right? Oh wait, today's the 20. Today's the 20. Yeah. And what I'm gonna do is it's not much. I know I spent like 2.5 hours talking about stuff, but that stuff is what I think. It's a good advertisement, or like, I guess it's an advertisement. It's a great way to practice the stuff that I think are important when I go into solicited content. So this is how I'm gonna approach it, right? I'm gonna try to double down and offer whatever I can, because I genuinely think that this can look so different in the future. I don't like being discouraging. I hope I wasn't too negative, because I did say a lot of words like this lacks this has nothing like that. I think it's serviceable as an add-on thing for someone's project legacy, right? Like, in fact, if you like think about it, if you submit this as a game concept for like a project at a university, it's pretty great. I think it's workable. Now, when it comes to monetization, that gets a little hairy, and I do have to concede that I have a very warped sense of standards. And the warped sense of standards, it's not based on the idea that I think people are lesser. I think people are more, much more. And this game can incorporate a lot of the much more. So tomorrow or the day after, probably gonna be the day after, I will probably spend another 2 or 3 hours presenting maybe two or three core concepts about what could be added to this game. Or like things to consider, I suppose, that are absent from this game. Other than that, yeah, I mean, you can most certainly set yourself 5 minutes. It's kind of like Wanikani, right? Like, spend 10 minutes, do one run. Like, do one run of each, and then come back tomorrow. Do one run of each, and then take out like a pencil book. I don't know what a pencil book is, but a pencil and paper, and then write down your stuff, right? Because there's no tracker in this game. So, other than the score, and then I get it. The score, if the score goes up, then that's good. It's an indicator that you're making progress. But I don't think that's sufficient, right? I'm a little bit, maybe I've become so accustomed to thinking in a more, I keep looking to the future a little bit, right? So, I clearly don't know all the N5 things. That's interesting. Or whatever they chose to represent it. And then the N4, N3, like, you can use this, right? You can use this. I don't even know what, I actually, let's go look at what is. Oh, I recently got this. Right? Jokyo. Jokyo is N1. Interesting. It's all over the place because I don't think Manikani strictly, they kind of distribute it. The only thing that they really covered, like from a third party perspective, my third party, is that I think almost all my N5s and N4s are covered. But I did already encounter something from N1 that wasn't, and it deals with sentence composition stuff, or maybe how they're defined. Like, for example, tachimachi. I'm not sure about tachimachi. Doshite, that's fine. Mada, mata. Oh, they're hooks. Let's see. Mochiron. Mochiron's fine. Sort of. How many are in here? Interesting. Oh, there's quite a lot of verbs. Like, I saw a brush. Nigaku. Like, recently cross. Yeah, so Wanikani is definitely doing something like Wataru is actually my most recent unit. So that's interesting. Yeah, they really spread it across. Yeah, so there are definitely ones that are fresh. Huh. I have to think about how that impacts my experience, actually. So yeah, I don't know. Well, we'll talk about this. And then maybe that's what I'll link back to the correspondent for the developer, right? Like Seika Quest. It's a very interesting experience. Like, when it comes to experience, I mean, now I get to do like a different segment. I don't even know what it's going to be called, but we're switching gears. It's a very different thing that I want to record. And maybe it'll be a fun little thought experiment. So the next time I'm gonna be working on is I'll be recording a section, maybe 2 to 3 hours on, and then try to like diagram things because I need a pad. I need something to work around and brainstorm some ideas. I haven't really done this before. I always thought this would be like much later, like encountering this thing where maybe it's a time when I collaborate with someone or whatnot. But yeah, right now, whatever this is, it's very serviceable, but I'm not inkling to do much more than that. And I guess that's a wrap for today. Not too much other than that. Lots to think about. I'll need an extra day. While I do the extra day, I think I'm gonna squeeze in something else while I'm doing this. Oh, we'll come back to this. It's such an interesting. All right. Anyways, hopefully I wasn't sounding negative. I just I think the best way to describe what my current feelings is that I have too many thoughts. This feels like a blank canvas. Like, I'm not saying what is here is completely blank, but there's so much more that can be here, and I'm having problems sorting all those thoughts right now. It's like when someone comes up to you and say, "How do I look?" And I'm like, "Do you have any specific talking points? Do you have any like particular thing do you want me to just start describing the thing? Because there's a lot of, can you guide me a little? Because there's so much to say. I'm not in the higher echelon." So that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm gonna need like a solid day or a solid evening to think about it. It reminds me of reading someone's... Oh, you know what this is? It reminds me of reading the first draft of someone's thesis paper, or like not even thesis, but their first draft of their submission, like their first manuscript for their first publication. And when you read it, you're like, okay, that's information. It's all there, right? Sort of like it's sufficient. Like it's bare bones. It can probably be okay. Now, but this person asks you to review their manuscript, peer review their manuscript, and my coworker, like people around me, they have different priorities, right? They know where their bars are, and my bar is not quite in the same place. So my first thought is, oh man, now I have to sit and do some background. Like, what can this person add? So a lot of times when I'm reviewing manuscript, I would actually have to do my own research as well. So when they say like they cite this and they cite that, and I'm like, I wonder if that's true. So then I would have to spend like 2 or 3 days doing background research and look at the primary literatures and then like counter arguments and stuff. So every time is a point, because the reason why that's the case is because the person that I would review the manuscript, I don't that person, I'm not saying this to flatter myself. I can kind of hear this argument already. I don't think it's professional of me or my personal integrity to say like this is good enough and it turns out not to be good enough, or this is good enough and it meets that person. I tend to say, well, how much can I do and how much can this person do with me? And that's how I go about it. So consider this like this is the end of the gameplay, right? So Kotoba, you've seen everything. It takes less than 5 to 10 minutes to see what it is. Now we're gonna try to see make an argument like, well, what happens if you use this across a month or 2 months or something like that? What type of system is required to be added to make that a thing? So you can have like 10-minute timers, you can have a shriek system, there are ways to track and keep someone consistently committed, like 5 to 10 minutes of drilling and whatnot, right? That's missing in this as well. So there's ways to make this thing into a supplemental thing. Right now it only communicates supplemental as a very low hanging fruit. Like, it's supplemental as almost of an excuse to not convince someone that it is supplemental. I think the closest thing I can say is it's like someone coming to me asking a question and I spent 3 hours explaining something and they're like, "Whoa, chill. It was just a joke." Or, "Why are you taking it so seriously?" That's probably the relationship I have right now with this. And I usually take the road of seriousness. Like I double down, right? So that's what we're gonna do. The next time we cover this game or talk about this game, it's gonna be a recording on the many aspects that I could say could be added to the game or considered. I mean, the game can be released in the shape it is. I think it's purely functional in terms of supplement. I think it's supplement in the same way that someone says it's just a joke. It's not that big of a deal. I just wanted to do this for fun. I don't really care about it that much. I thought it was fun to try out. That it's along those lines, and I'm okay with that, right? Like if someone comes up to me and is like, "Oh, hey, yeah, thanks for spending like 3 or 4 hours talking about these things and analyzing," that's okay. You know, I wanted to do something just to see if it works and stuff. It's like, that's okay. So I will continue to practice, you know, these analytics and stuff because it's part of my growth, right? So I haven't been in this position before, so I don't know what to do. And we're playing by ear. So now I'm going to do something different. So the day after tomorrow, we're going to write not so much a critique, like a review, so to speak, or a candid conclusion, because I don't necessarily think there's a lot of conclusions to be made that is appropriate, because I don't have a lot to experience, right? So instead, we're going to reflect on standards and reflect on gold standards and then use that to our benefit. So we're going to use the whole facts, then archetypes, and then my personal opinions, like structure, and we're going to use it to pave things to consider. That could be a thing, right? And then there will be a special follow-up, right? There will be a special follow-up. I can already see this, where when the game is released in November 2025, if the developer decides to release it, I get to maybe wait a month or a couple, maybe half a year, and then I come back and see what other people say about it. So then I can learn from, maybe I'm just talking way out of my depth and most people thought this was sufficient, right? If it's like pushed at $1 or $2, most people find it satisfying. Like all these like monetizations or how they're going to release it and how the developer, that's That's what I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna use it as a way, because I haven't very much engaged, picked up something where the other person is far more experienced than I am. I always assume that. I tend to assume that in many ways. Um, as humbly as I can say, I don't necessarily believe that this represents someone who's been studying for over 5 years in the strictest sense of studying a language for the sake of teaching the language. That describes a lot of people, right? Like that they don't learn a language for the sake of teaching or engaging someone. So oftentimes their first attempt to explain and to demonstrate things that they know can be very different from what I expect teaching and learning. Like, I don't know a lot of things. Like, what I mean is, I don't know a lot of things at an expert level, but largely that's disproportionate to how much time I spend teaching the things that most people should know foundationally. So, like, I can teach you the foundations of chemistry, but I'm not a chemist. Largely because the time it took me to pursue chemistry, I ended up more thinking about the general aspect of teaching chemistry in order to understand biology. And I'm fairly okay at teaching like university physics, like first year physics, but I'm not a physicist, right? And this to me is possibly, with all due respect, someone who might know a lot of Japanese, maybe, because they've studied on and off for 5 years, but I don't necessarily think that they cover the grounds for the foundations. Like, maybe game development is new for them, or they thought it was like, it's a great starting place. I think this is, if they're starting from zero, right, this is really far ahead, right? Like, this is good, but I don't know anything about this developer. Like, I don't know their life history, like their experience, so it's kind of tough. So I don't want to sound like I presume and know a lot about the things. I understand when I play a lot of indie games by solo developers that I a lot of times might have a warped sense of standard, because I have gold standards for solo developers as my choice of understanding things. Like, one of my first farming sim games after Harvest Moon was Stardew Valley in its post like alpha stage, right? And then when we talk about language learning apps, we're talking about Duolingo. And you might be thinking like, well, that's not an indie app and all that stuff. So I know. And then like people take a, nasty dump on Duolingo most of the time, right? So can you imagine feeling emptier than that, and then you're trying to make a comparison? So I don't want to sound rude, at least in my opinion. I think encouraging people and starting position, that's how you get Stardew Valley. That's how you get Undertale. That's how you get Chained Echoes and Clear Up Scare, and all the way up to the mammoth that is the Duolingo Corporation, right? Humble beginnings, right? I got to keep myself very humble. So I have a lot of questions, and the person said that I could ask a lot of questions, so it'll be interesting. I'll type up an email. Maybe first I'll focus on recording whatever it is gonna be soon. I'm gonna try to tackle as many points I can think of immediately as a free exercise practice, right? Practice. I haven't done this in a really long time. And I know I'm not doing this professionally, but most of the time I treat it as my professional integrity, because I'm doing this publicly, right? So it's with a smile, it's with encouragement, and with the utmost reflexive of my efforts, right? I will probably need specifics, examples. Every time I think about a concept, I need to think about the example from gaming industry and whatnot, and then understand if it's a gold standard or a standard, right? That type of thing. I need to collect all this information before I actually say any more, right? I don't have that information in front of me, so it'll be interesting. It's been a while. When I read people's manuscripts, you most of those people take it or leave it. Like, what I mean is, it doesn't offend me in any way because I'm practicing the stuff. So whenever I hand like a student back their paper, right, and I suggest all these things, it's not necessarily reflected in their grade either. Most of the time, when I grade things, I grade based on standards. So like, if someone told me this is how you grade it, it's like I'll stick to it. But that doesn't stop me from making comments at the trying to communicate to the student that they can do so much more. They can improve upon anything. They can also counter argue against me because I'm always free in my office hours. So that's kind of what I do a lot of times. Like, I can give a game a 7 out of 10 because I understand what their target audience is, and that's not going to change. The target audience is great, like at least in my projection, and then it's going to be 9 out of 10 for this particular person. And then personally, I would have like an 8 out of 10 or something like that. But that is grading to a rubric. And then I would double down on anything that I can add, because that is what matters to me the most, but it might not matter to the person I'm talking to or the person that is asking for my opinion. Lots of times I would write like a 5-page review of someone's manuscript with bullet points, and when they submitted the thing, nothing was changed. That's perfectly fine. Like, I'm okay with that. The thing is, I'm doing this also as a favor of my own professional integrity. So if they don't do it and they succeeded, they can tell me I told you so, but I didn't say anything about having to follow anything I say. So, but the thing that I can usually tell other people is I tried my best, and there's nothing less than that. If you gave me like a really terrible, like if someone solicited me and they gave me a really terrible product, but I took the opportunity, then it is also part of my responsibility to do as much as I can, right? And that's probably how we're gonna see this. Unfortunately, I didn't really play anything too much because there wasn't anything to play per se. It's a little weird situation. In fact, I kind of spent like 2 hours doing something else to prep for this. All right. Weird times. I'm gonna wrap it up for now. So that's the end of our, I guess, game testing. We'll call it our game testing portion of Kotoba Dash, right? Hopefully I said something that would be interesting and take into consideration for the developer. The next time I come back, we're going to talk about all the things that I'm probably going to write in some sort of email or maybe something to see if they're doing anything or anything about that. And then it's going to be, take it or leave it kind of situation. You can have, I'm not obligated to do any more, but I want to do more. So we're going to try that. Until then, I guess feel free to follow along for this. Kotoba Dash is supposedly coming out sometime in November 2025. I think the developer seems to be very open-minded and would love to interact with other people, I suppose. I'm not entirely sure if I'm able to say that. I'm not speaking for them. I'm suggesting it would be showing appreciation is a way to motivate people. And yeah, I don't have any other information. So until then, right? stay safe, stay healthy. Guess we'll catch each other on the next one and spend a lot of time brainstorming. You're more than welcome to come on by and brainstorm. I can try to describe the situation again next time, and then people can like throw in their inspirations and then we can really brainstorm. I'm sure the developer will really love that too. Using other people's products as inspiration to collaborate and work on things. It's great, right? As always, feel free, come on by, share your game development stories, I suppose, and keep each other motivated, right? Until then, stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.